I'll try to make it as brief as possible.
Wow, that came up a lot quicker than I thought it would. Whoops. All right. Well, oh, and everything's messed up here. Why is that messed up? Well, I will get my shit together eventually. Maybe. Hopefully. Bear with me. Bear with me. We're getting there. Why is this? So we gotta fix this. The fuck? Oh, I'm so confused. Oh, that's why. Well. Well then. This is going to be one of those days. That's all right. It's okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Manny's first. Let's see. And he's still first. Be first in the middle. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. All right, now. Let's just get started here. Okay. So, what I want to do first is look at what the narrative is saying. And then we're going to see if that matches up with any semblance of reality and or try to correct it. So I'm going to refresh this. Connection should be better today, hopefully. I say that now, but it should be. Okay. So I'm not going to be too discriminatory against, on the particular creator here that we look at. So, like, I normally don't care about finance news or Benji and those guys, but we'll probably just kind of skim through them at least. Now, I'm not going to waste 20 minutes watching our Avi's whole video, but we'll see what he says. If we can hear it at all, we got to unmute it. Must be unmuted, Scott.
Hello, beautiful people. Shalom, moneymakers. We are going to talk about AMC stock. We're going to talk about what could potentially happen with AMC stock on Monday. Then we're going to talk about some scenarios that could happen with Ape and some scenarios that could happen with AMC stock after this potential split or distribution or whatever you want to call it. And we'll do a little bit of an AMC stock price prediction. All I ask is that you give me a beautiful smile. Click that like button to help out with the YouTube algorithm. Let's knock on wood. Let's hope that AMC has a good week next week. And let's dance.
Let's hope.
Dance straight into it.
Okay.
$14.56 and we ended at $22.70, right? And so this was a very, very nice week. It's interesting if you go earnings to earnings, right? If we look on the graph here, it's over, I think it was 100 and let me check it out here. Add it here, right here. We can see it on Trading View, right? Go here to the high. It's a 133% rise here for AMC.
Oh my God.
From earnings to earnings. So
wow.
Very, very nice. Yes, of course, AMC stock went down a significant amount. We were at 34 and it went all the way down to a low of 9.79. So it did go down significantly before AMC stock rose here, but still a very, very nice recovery for AMC. Now, these are the scenarios.
Okay. It's not specific to AMC. If you look at the chart, the market versus AMC, it follows the same basic contour. So I don't think that it was really that much specific to AMC, especially on the earnings. So there's that.
That we're going to
literally
talk about, and remember,
follows the same
this video is for entertainment purposes only. Always do your own due diligence. I don't know what's going to happen, right? There are some scenarios that I'm looking at and maybe they unfold and maybe they don't, right? And so it will be interesting. Now, the first scenario that could happen is the one that I think is the most likely to happen. This video might get a little bit long, guys. So,
no, we'll make sure it doesn't.
About AMC, but I want to go over all the scenarios. So, get some popcorn, get, something to drink. Right? AMC stock goes up a lot, right? 6, 7,
okay,
8.
All right. He's just going to give predictions. That's fine. Okay, finance news says shorts will be forced to cover.
What is going on, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Thank you so much for joining us today and for your support. My name is Matt Stoner. Today I'm back with yet another AMC video. Lots to talk about. We are going to be taking a look at exactly how the dark pools and infinite liquidity are destroying the stock market. Be sure to stick around, but before I get into it, please make sure to smash that thumbs up button for me and subscribe to the channel. And guys, I have some big news. Our sponsor wants to give you 6 free...
Fuck that.
All right, guys, we have seen some major differences between both the crypto and the securities market, primarily in the way that things are traded and the liquidity is still kept within that crypto market without having to do something like a dark pool. It is why people are so concerned that BlackRock is partnering with Coinbase to try and market make in crypto. Same thing that we are seeing with a company like Citadel as well. Now, Changpeng Zhao is the CEO and founder of Binance, and he, of course, has come out and talked about the inherent issues that he is seeing with the system as it exists and the possibility that things could get worse, especially if people try and change. But also what this does is points out the inherent issues within the stock market system that we already have. He tweeted out on July 31st, "From our interactions, some countries want a segregated order book for liquidity. This is a bad idea for a number of reasons. Large liquidity is one of our best consumer protection mechanisms. It protects against market manipulation."
Hi there, Lynn. Hi there, Chilo. Good afternoon. How's it going?
Volatility, and it reduces liquidations. Again, 3 major things that we see within the securities market that are hugely consequential and definitely cause some major problems. He continues on, "Imagine if we divided liquidity by 180 countries. That will make it 180 times easier for large traders to swing the markets and significantly increase the volatility, especially if we see companies like a Citadel, like a BlackRock that has $10 trillion in assets under management."
What does this have to do with shorts being forced to cover?
And make as much money as possible.
By the way, the apes don't want the shorts to cover. They want the shorts to close their positions. Not much difference, because when you cover a short position, you are closing that position. What they want is they want the short sellers not to open a new short position. But you know what? It's a free country, and they can, if they got the money for collateral, they can do it. Tough titties. All right.
He continues, "There will be arbitrage traders trying to bring the prices to balance, but they are not nearly as efficient as..."
And Tony Tenko, nice to see you, my friend. How you doing?
"One order book, and they make money in between, which is paid by the consumers. Payment for order flow. Another misunderstanding people sometimes have: on an exchange, users don't choose a counterparty. They just trade with the order book. You can think of the order book as a broker. Large liquidity also offers better prices for users, tighter spread, lower slippage. This is also very important from a consumer protection standpoint. Real financial impact for users. Binance has the largest liquidity by far globally. The best, it is still in the range of 7 to 10 billion on a daily basis for the average ape. And of course, we need to read that. We have points out the inherent issues that exist in the stock market, and on top of that, we have a secondary stock market where investors or trades can be further divided into auction and dealer markets. This is per the average ape, and of course, we need to remember that most derivatives, including what we see with swaps and with options positions, are broken into one of 4 different types of assets, right? Foreign exchange, or forex, interest rates, which is debt securities, basically, commodities, and equities. Now, if we take a look at this document that was tweeted out with it, saying Chapter 5, stock market,
this unnamed document that we don't even have the full fucking title of. I love it.
Exchange markets. Of course, the stock market consists of primary and secondary stock markets. Initial public offerings are issued in the primary market. Seasoned equity offerings are new shares offered by firms that already have stocks outstanding. The secondary stock market is where investors' trades can be further divided into auction and dealer markets. Now, guys, they say that derivatives have become an effective tool to reduce business risks, but we do know that because of derivatives and the notional value of the derivatives market,
here
which is about
he goes off script. Oh, I love when they do this.
30 times larger than the value of the
and you can tell
stock market. We're seeing some major issues here now.
Yeah, large numbers Large number bad. It's signaling issues.
Again, they try, and corporations and financial institutions are the most
Model 3 dude is in the house. How you doing, man? Nice to see you.
Major users of derivatives, and swaps are the major derivatives instruments that are used, including mortgage-backed securities, collateralized debt obligations or CDOs, and CLOs or collateralized loan obligations.
Okay, where's the point here? You're describing the market as usual.
What caused the 2008 financial crisis? Well, I mean, it did cause it, but it definitely exacerbated the problem. It's one of the reasons that companies like AIG had to be pumped with federal bailouts in order to protect them. So again, not a really great system that we have going on here, but it just continues to get worse, and it's confusing. This is what Dave Lauer has said, especially when he appeared on
it's confusing.
Jon Stewart, that the markets are intentionally colluded, or they're intentionally convoluted in order to hope that people, the average everyday retail investor, does not understand them, which is why even 18 months in of making these videos for you guys, there are still moments where I'm just like, what the heck is going on?
That's because 18 months ago, you were making a different podcast about completely different shit because you're an actor. But I digress. You have to actually have an objective stance when you do research and not go in with a conclusion already in your mind. Like every one of these titles of their videos, Hillary Clinton confirms the short squeeze. Did you talk to her? Do you know that?
Now, once again, what we are continuing to see are these primary and secondary markets that are then subdivided within themselves into trading on all sorts of different exchanges, whether it's a New York Stock Exchange, on the NASDAQ, or of course in CBOE, the Chicago Board Options Exchange, Citadel Connect, one of the dark pools. Again, RigGov generally puts out the most accurate information on a day-to-day basis. She said this is not a gray area. This is 100% market manipulation fraud. You cannot run retail shares off exchange. That is for institutional orders, yet still
that's just nonsense. You cannot run retail shares off exchange. That's how the system works. That's how it works. It's not for certain off-exchange venues are for institutional orders, yes. Absolutely. But I mean, we're talking about the OTC off-exchange execution, internalization by these market makers, liquidity providers. It's not fraud. It's just, like if you think it is or you don't want to participate in that, then don't use a brokerage that plainly says that we accept payment for order flow and we route our orders off exchange to an off exchange market maker. I mean, this is just the most ridiculous shit. Sit there and use Webull as your broker when you know that they are a payment for order flow brokerage, and then also sit there and bitch about dark pools. I mean, it is the most childish, juvenile shit that you could possibly come up with. It shows a lack of understanding, a sense of entitlement, and quite frankly, ignorance.
589,244 AMC shares.
Oh, large numbers.
It's about $210 million worth of buying pressure. Of course, we have Ken Griffin chilling right up here. We have off exchange about 60.44%, which has brought this 30-day average pretty significantly. We have the Chicago Board Options Exchange with both EDGX, BZX, EDGA, and BYX. Then, of course, we have all these here as well, right? So we still have the New York Stock Exchange. We have ARCA, MEMX, MIX Pearl, the PHLX for the NASDAQ.
We have all those. Good.
We are losing hundreds of millions of buy pressure daily and weekly because they...
Nope. That's not how it works. But that's accepted as fact now. Buying two shares does not contribute buying pressure no matter where the fuck you execute it. It's a lack of understanding of how the stock market works. Okay. He was talking about the order book earlier. It's a misunderstanding of the order book. I mean, if you want to move the price, you got to flood the order book with a lot of shares at a certain price, or just market orders. So we'll run through the order book, but I mean, what are you talking about here? This is just nonsense.
They are routing everything off exchange. Now, what we have really seen...
Yeah, because like I said, you're using a brokerage that has that in their terms of service, has that as a feature. And by the way, it's not necessarily even a bad thing, but whatever.
Is, you know, the CEOs of companies taking matters into their own hands, which is what we have seen with Adam Aron, who, look at that, is trending. Now, Infinite Liquidity Machine said on AMC, after talking to people who know the markets inside and out, I am left with the impression that...
Trust me, bro.
The last thing the market makers on AMC wants is a split for common to preferred stock. Again.
Well, I mean, come on. Preferred stock. Yeah, we'll get there.
Let's say, for example, AMC has twice the free float in synthetics. We, of course, you know, don't necessarily have the hard data, but these swaps themselves say it's significant. So you have
the swaps data. Oh, right. Okay. This guy has been listening to crackhead Bigums, I guess. Twice the free float in synthetics. I don't know this to be true. Right. Of course not. So you've got 1 billion shares that must be created out of thin air to fulfill the Ape offering to all AMC holders. No! The press release from AMC itself says they will be issuing 516 million of these preferred equity units. That's it. We'll get to the rest of it in a little bit, but they're not going to be created out of thin air.
Billion shares that must be created out of thin air to fulfill the Ape offering to all AMC holders. Now, again, people are worried about AMC taking debt and then converting it to equity. But of course, we are convinced that even the threat of the preferred stock in Ape converting to common in AMC is an existential threat to the market makers. A conversion of stock class from preferred to common can literally be done in a matter of days. Can you imagine that you are the market maker and you get the call saying you have 3 days to find all of the shares you made from nothing that were then rehypothecated, distributed to these brokers, ended up wherever they were, not just...
If they were created from nothing, why would they be rehypothecated? So he's just throwing around terms that he doesn't understand, that he's heard other people say, which is dumb. It's just dumb.
The synthetics and the swaps that they've done, but also the fact that, it's diluted the entire stock. That is your pounds, right? And from August 22nd on, the threat is there.
God damn.
This, yes, of course, would take a vote from the shareholders, but if we do not see what we want, Adam Aron can put it up to a shareholder vote, irrespective of whether or not it passes. We're still going to see some very interesting information here, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
on top of that, we are going to continue to see a stock price rise, as we saw with something like HKD, which is AAM Digital.
Totally, very comparable.
Right next to where Citadel just expanded their office space. Liquidity play? Liquidity play. Again, this is from Superstomp, 13 and change to...
He's such an idiot. This guy's a moron.
$2,555.
This right here is a cautionary tale. Parents, don't let your kids study acting in college, okay? They're going to end up like this. Total airhead. Total airhead. I'm half kidding. It's just kind of a dig on him because he went, what was it, Claremont College or something. Anyway, go check out his acting demo reel. It's on YouTube.
30 cents per share. But of course, here we see no systemic risk to the market. No one freaked out at Robinhood or any of the brokers or clearing firms and taking away the buy button and, protecting client from risk. This is what the tweet says, right? It climbed from $13.52 to $942, a 5,000% climb. We saw it climb even higher.
Yeah, nothing like any of the meme stock action last year. Nothing like that at all.
We didn't see a buy button removal. We saw nothing happen. GameStop, AMC moves from 21 to 400. Buy button gets removed because, quote unquote, the systems can't handle it. But this is something else Dave Lauer said. And then we're going to...
Model 3, dude, you're doing the Lord's work, my friend. I tell you, being Sunday and all, it's just nonsense. I mean, this is just out of hand. But I appreciate your efforts. I mean, we all do.
Wrap this up. because they say that
Now,
the system
having said that, it probably won't do any good. I mean, just being honest, but that's not a reason not to correct misinformation. And that's what these guys don't understand. It doesn't matter. I don't care if people believe it or not, or take anything that we say to heart. Misinformation, fraudulent information, and lies, it cannot go unanswered. It cannot go without being called out as what it is. So I have no delusions that I'm going to do anything with this other than hopefully raise enough, whatever you want to, get enough people to start questioning these guys, and especially YouTube. I want YouTube to take a hard look at this motherfucker and decide, no, that's not something we want on our platform. We're going to Section 230 his ass right off the platform. This is not that far off from Alex Jones. Let's be honest. This is not that far off from Sandy Hook wasn't real, which obviously is ridiculous. Now, if we could see a $45 million judgment against these fucks, that would be, that would be the MOAS right there.
They're not set up for inherent volatility like stocks like AMC and GameStop. But somehow when something like this happens over the course of a couple of days, it somehow is allowed to run. This shows once and for all that given that this was a primarily institutionally owned stock, that they are so drained of liquidity at this point that they allowed the stock to climb this high so that way they could hedge against all of their derivatives positions, the margin requirements that they do have, in order to prevent them from getting margin called and being liquidated. It is incredibly unfair. It shows, again, the major issues that are in the markets. We do not know exactly.
No, it's unfair. Oh, it's so unfair. Oh, my God.
What is going to happen next with regards to this dividend? But for the moment,
oh my God,
hold on and wait for August 22nd because something big is coming.
Yep. Anyway, every time you guys give fucking dates, nothing happens. Every time you give dates, nothing happens. Why would this be any fucking different? Oh, because we're getting a dividend. Oh, because they're issuing more stock. Something may happen. I guess it's true. Okay, so we got the finance news quota out of the way. Can't do that anymore. Sorry to have done that. Let's see. The misinformed investor. The unmasked investor. And Shart the VIX. It's a twofer. It's an AMC grifter twofer. Oh, wow. I'm so excited.
Or at least two individuals.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect. So right now, there's currently confirmed to be over 90 million shares sold short.
Okay.
Right.
So there should at least
516 plus that.
Thank you. Off the top.
Exactly. So that's the minimum number.
This is the intro of the video right here. This is the intro. What time is it? 15 minutes in. This is the intro right here. This is how we're going to start. Then we're going to cut to everything else.
Perfect.
Okay. So I see where they're going with that. Let's see how they twist it, if they twist it. And then, he's wearing a Topgolf hat. I knew it was Tiger Woods, actually.
It was kind of crazy, man. It was a real fun week, man, with earnings, the run. Ooh.
Okay, all right. So off the top, did you see, I'll kick it off like this.
Yeah, fuck his intro.
Worst
intro ever.
Happening back to back.
I didn't.
Did you see something?
I usually think that, you see, the thing is you saw the earnings dump, but you also saw the earnings pump too. You just got both of them. They were like, all right, cool. They're just going to dump.
He has no clue that this was short covering, that this was a short covering rally. They that's not even on their radar. They have they have convinced themselves, or they're trying to convince their viewers that this is what retail FOMO, institutions buying, when in reality you have the market at large going up. So that's going to increase things just from the index funds and whatnot. Number two, short covering, and they're probably both, related. It's short covering in the overall market. So, but they get excited about it. he's got a little stiffy about it because, you know, the earnings pump. Idiot.
Dump it, and then the next day we just pump.
And we never get this.
No,
We never get this.
I mean,
we never get this. Well, really? Did you go back and look at every earnings and see what the market was doing and see if it followed the market? I bet you didn't.
it's a little bit weird that it just rips off of this. So somebody sees.
How do you know it was off of this? See, that's the problem right there. It's the problem. He's been watching too much Bloomberg and too much CNBC and whatnot. They like to tell you why things happened, but you don't know why things happened. You know, sometimes you can get, you know, reason a pretty good explanation, but at the end of the day, you can't attribute things to one reason. I mean, come on. Like this, not like this. Some things, yes.
Whatever was released in that earnings report, which we're obviously going to talk about, and they like it and they're buying it up. I mean, again, retail
bullshit
too, but
exactly. Okay, so really
there it
quickly,
was
guys,
right there. They like it and they're buying it up.
If you guys are watching this, you guys are either watching part 1 or part 2, and this is a 2-part series. We do this every single week, guys. So if you guys are watching part 1, that's my channel, guys. Go ahead and drop some mass in the chat. If you guys are watching part 2, that's SDV's channel. Go ahead and drop some ankles or some squirrels in the chat. Drop them down there to show some support. One, to get some additional eyes on this, so retail can watch and understand exactly what's going on. We're gonna have a conversation about the charts, the technical breakdown, as well as what's the other thing we want to talk about again?
Ape.
Oh, right. Ape.
Oh, that thing. Oh, I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, I forgot about that thing that everyone wants to talk about. So let's chat about that. So let's pull the chart first, and let's look at AMC right now.
See that daily 200?
Oh my God.
The daily 200.
I mean, I am very interested to see what happens next year.
Yeah, I mean, we do have CP.
Okay, I don't care about this. I do not care. You know what? You know what's going to happen? More than likely, based on actual historical data. Let me go back just a little bit. Just a little. Where the fuck was it? A little bit more. A little bit. God damn it.
I mean, we do have CPI next week. So, I mean, things can
that'll
go a
be good.
Bit wild.
That'll be good for the market.
I am very interested to see what happens next.
Sorry, I went too far.
Yeah, I mean, we do have CPI next week. So, I mean, things could go a little bit wild. You could always come back down a little bit, but things are looking good. That daily, that's a big candle.
This is a big fuck you candle to anybody who's currently short the stock right now.
That's a big candle there.
Right?
Oh, is it?
Okay, so take a look at this. The last time we saw it break through.
No, it's the people who are shorting the stock saying "fuck you, apes."
The was here.
Oh, there it is, right there. Yeah, that was a fuck you candle. And then what happened? And then they fucked you.
Yeah, so it was right before the halt day. I was looking at that earlier.
34.30.
Yeah, the halt, which was on the way down, not the way up. But like, unlike you guys misrepresented it. Okay, talk about this goddamn dividend. Let's get the fuck away from this chart. Seriously. Hey guys, look at my lines. I have the best lines.
But as you're coming down, and I don't know if people were really going crazy and buying that dip. I think institutional money was coming in and saying, this is interesting. We're coming back in.
Yeah, that's it.
You can like institutions or not like institutions. We just had an 18% green day.
But hold on a second. Why would they come back in now?
This is great.
I mean, the company fundamentals are improving, and we have. I mean,
oh yeah,
I believe it was Q4.
Fuck.
The earnings report at the very end of the call, Adam Aron said, "Don't hold our feet to the fire for Q1, but boy, are you gonna like Q2, Q3, and Q4." So we just got Q2. Q2 came out hot. Perfect. Numbers, the beat on revenue, missed slightly on EPS. So you're right around expectations. You're coming back up fundamentally a little bit, and then we got Adam Aron's pounds.
Yes. Also, another thing that I heard on the call, as AMC is currently up 0.5% after hours, he said, if my projections are correct, and I'm paraphrasing, but I'm pretty sure that was what he said, next year we will be billions more profitable than this year's box office. Now, to me, if we double, and I wrote that one down. I didn't hear anybody else talking about that. So I was like, all right, cool. We can just talk about it here. If we double the box office from last year, 8, from got 4 point whatever last year, we get 8 point whatever this year. Great. If we do 2, because he said plural, so 2 or maybe 3 more billion, then we'll be seeing numbers that we saw 2004, 2005, 2006 coming up those levels. 8 billion right now is around 2000, 2001. If we start seeing the $11 billion mark hit with the box office, then movies are not only back, but they're back and better. Right?
Is it
like,
really
it's going to be
that big that long ago? That's huge.
That's where we're at. Like, I think the highest we could have seen, actually, I can probably just pull this up really quickly.
Bingo, Model 3 dude. You know, they made money. That, yeah, if it was short covering, coming off higher levels, yes. Those were profitable covering. It's profitable covering, which I have said many times is the opposite of a short, because the opposite situation of a short squeeze. Like, the shorts have to be forced to cover at increasingly unprofitable levels. But in this case, they're covering at a profit. So what the fuck? Also, yeah, the misinformed investor. Yeah, the misinformed investor. Lynn here, Scott fucking Allen's wrench. She said that last year. I wish I knew the exact date and time. It's probably in our Telegram chat somewhere. But yeah, we've been calling him that for a long time. Now he's the unmasked misinformed investor. TUMI, I guess. Sounds like some type of medical implant. Okay, gonna let this run here. Movies are back, so they haven't been back the last 2 years. Yeah. So yeah, movies were gone, now they're back. It's like the success of the movies, Hollywood dictates how well AMC does. When in reality, you know, what about all the debt? What about all of the unnecessary bullshit? What about the stupid investments rather than paying back the debt? What about, you know, not trimming your spending and all that kind of stuff, or giving yourself a $10 million bonus during 2020? I'm talking about Adam Aron. It's just, you know, there's just a lot of things that they're just totally ignoring. It sounds like an STD. Yeah. What about CEO power up money? Yeah, that too. Yep. This is just you know, kind of nonsensical. Okay. Let's run.
Box office, domestic box office. I'll pull this up.
Yearly?
We were seeing here, the highest we've seen right now is 11.8 in 2018.
Yeah, I think it was one of the big banking institutions that came out with a little research report. They said that they were projecting, it wasn't about AMC, it was the movie theater industry. I think they were actually talking about like Cinemark or IMAX, when they said that they thought that box office numbers were going to reach, I believe the number was about 75% of 2019 levels in 2023. Something up there. But then what you also have to think about is, well, if the actual box office numbers are going to be 75% of 2019, well, that's X number of just box office. But you've also seen, like in the AMC earnings reports, that the actual revenue per customer, they're spending more at the theaters when they're going.
Yeah,
Ticket
exactly.
prices are higher, which is going to help box office, but they're spending more on concessions. They're coming to the movie theaters more. So that could counteract or kind of balance off that
it's better. Yeah, that profit margin is better.
Exactly.
So there's that. And it's like, so 75, I just did the rough math, 75% of 11 billion is roughly 8.
Yeah.
So it's like, we can see that this year. And if we do 75 this year, what we can do next year, 85, 90. So it's like, we're then right back to in around 2014, 2012 with the box office, right? So from a fundamental perspective, that's brilliant, right? It's back. Now, the question that people always ask is debt. How the fuck are we going to deal with debt?
So this actually has to do with a little bit of more of like, I wouldn't necessarily call it my bearish side thesis of Ape, but it's more of the non-instant boom part of it. So I mean,
you mean the logical part of it.
Yeah, it's more of like slightly less illogical. Should we do the really bullish scenario first for it, or go over like what I think is more likely or improbable?
Let's do the grounding level first, and then let's go with the really bullish symbol afterwards.
Okay.
Let's see. It appears that it's back. Well, yeah. So I don't know what just happened there, but this is what happens when you work to change things. First they call you crazy, then they try to fight you, then they kill your live stream, and then you change the world. Okay. I have no idea what just happened. Everything's been going well so far. Model 3 dude, no, I think you weren't aggressive enough. I'm going to go with that. But let me pick it up where I left off here with this stupid shit. So both of these equities, AMC and Ape, are they both not connected to the same company? So when he says, oh, you have this one over here and then this one over here, and if this one pumps and this one is unaffected. No. AMC is worth one valuation. There is one valuation that exists for AMC. It doesn't matter if there's one stock or 5 stocks or whatever, okay? The company has one valuation. So putting 2 tickers on it is not going to change that valuation. And if one of them pumps, as Adam Aron said, logic dictates that the other one will go down. So I don't know what he's talking about here. How in the world you could ever come up with, oh, this is going to help them pay down their debt. It just doesn't make sense in any type of way that I can reason. But anyway, I'm going to go back just a little bit, and hopefully we get some of our viewers back here. Let me just check one thing real quick. But you can always count on Lynn to bring in some great music references. Always. It's pretty much a given that she will have something. And if it's not, and if not, there's always smoking on the airplane. She remembers smoking on the airplane. Okay, so I think we're good. We're back. We're back with decent connection. Okay. All right. She remembers smoking on the airplane and when cashiers could count change without the cash register. What? What? Oh, yeah. Yes, that time actually did exist. It did exist, contrary to what most millennials think. Okay. Let's see what
change, and the valuation gets completely turned on its head and pumps up higher. So that's going to take a little while to play out, though. But
if the short thesis is killed, then 100 million, 90 to 100 million current estimated shares sold short are fucked.
Exactly.
What?
All right. So hopefully you guys did enjoy us, guys. If you guys have not yet, of course, subscribe to the channel, subscribe to my.
Fuck that.
Listen, regardless of what happens next week, I do know that this motherfucker's can be scalping like a bitch.
Oh, we're gonna be
making money left, right, and center.
Right.
I'm gonna be just scalping like a motherfucker as well, and I can tell you guys exactly how far out the money or in the money. But nonetheless, guys, all jokes aside, if you want to make money while we are waiting, or if you're just new and you want to make money regardless, come check us out.
Check us
either
out.
AMC calls or coin. I've been hitting a lot of coin too.
If you guys are interested in figuring out how to get into AMC calls efficiently,
blah blah blah. Yeah, how to get into AMC calls efficiently? Sell them. Sell to open. Okay. They didn't even really get into it. The shit that they said in the intro, they didn't even talk about. Let's see. Model 3 dude remembers when there were 3 channels on TV. What? ABC, NBC, CBS. Yeah, I'm not that old, but I do remember when TVs had two dials. You had UHF and VHF. You know, the VHF channels were the low ones, like those primary stations, and then UHF was all the higher ones, and yeah, like on a Philco TV or something. Let's see. Nostalgia is real here. What is, excuse me. Excuse me. So what is the minimum price that they can IPO at on NYSE? And I don't believe that this is an IPO. It's not an IPO. So I don't believe that that is relevant here. Because it's not being issued as an IPO. Now, I did try to find some information about this yesterday, and all I could find was the typical IPO stuff, and it is $4 as what's his name, Model 3 dude saying. And it has to have a market cap of a certain amount and blah 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 blah. So that leads me to believe that it's not necessarily subject to those limitations on that. I'm not sure. You might have to go ask the gatekeeper that and see what he says. I don't know if he's addressed it or not, but I don't know if that means it's going to be trading at $4 or not. I don't know, but as I said, logic says that if it trades at 4, then you're going to see AMC. So with dividends, right? And I got to get this. One thing that's on my one computer here onto the other computer here, so that I can show exactly what I'm about to. We're about to talk about, but as I do that, with dividends, with a dividend stock, let's say that issues a cash dividend. Excuse me. You are going to see that when the dividend is paid, you will see the stock price reflect that. In other words, the dividend pays 50 cents a share. Then you are going to see the stock price after the dividend's paid be repriced to basically include that dividend. And I'm saying repriced lower, right? Because they're basically giving you money from the company. They're taking money out of the market cap and distributing it to all of the shareholders. So that's going to reduce the price of the equity. So so there's that too. So if it opens at $4, what does that do to AMC? I don't know. Will it reduce it by $4? Logic says it might. But right now I'm more interested in getting this file over here. So just bear with me for a second. Settings, devices. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So if AMC is trading at 24 and Ape opens at 4, then AMC is now 20. So that's not what. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. If it were a cash dividend, we could expect that. I don't really see why it would be any different, but I'm sure there's somebody who would like to take the other side of that position, but who knows? So we'll see. Let me get this thing over here. So what if fakes are proven and real? Share price drops 4 to 5 for AMC. Ape opens at 4 to 5. Do I don't get my Ape and then lose 4 to 5 a share. Thoughts on that? Okay. So just bear with me here because I think that we will address that. So, oops. So I pulled a tray here actually, and I went all whiteboard on this bitch, but it's on my other computer, so I have to. It's not a live whiteboard; it's a previously recorded whiteboard. So I'm just going to pull that in as an image and go from there. So. Like I said, that 15-minute countdown going into the stream went by quick. Okay. All right. So here we go. Okay. So this is essentially what we're looking at. We have AMC shareholder number 1. Okay, this is that, well, AMC shareholder number 1. So this represents somebody who, you know, bought a share at some point in the past, and they hold it in a margin account. And let me get rid of this chat. And what is all this crap coming through on my phone? Okay. So they're holding this in a margin account, and so this share is being lent out, and yeah, but they still, of course their account still shows that they hold a share, right? And so as a shareholder, they're entitled to a dividend, right? The short seller, so we'll ignore the rest of this green. So the short seller has borrowed the share, right, from this first shareholder, and they are not entitled to a dividend. They are not entitled to a dividend. So they sell the share, and somebody buys that share. So then we have AMC shareholder number 2. And by the way, this right here, been lent and borrowed and sold. Okay, so as a shareholder, they're entitled to a dividend. So the way this works, and I verified this with TD Ameritrade yesterday. I had a nice conversation with a representative at TD Ameritrade, and she clarified all of this, and we basically had it right. In the last stream, a couple things were not quite right, but I'm laying it out here because this is how it is. So both long positions here. We have 2 long positions. Now notice we have 2 long positions, but we only have 1 share. And actually, we have 2 long positions and a short position. We have 1 share. This is 1 share. So the short seller's position is not synthetic. The AMC shareholder number 2, their position is also not synthetic. It's an equity exposure position based on the same share as the lender of the share. So this person holds the share at that point. At the current time, AMC shareholder number 2, they've bought the share. It's in their account. It's not being lent anymore to anybody else. They're entitled to a dividend. They received the dividend from AMC. They received the dividend from AMC. Okay. Now, AMC shareholder number 1, though, the lender, they're also entitled to a dividend. Their dividend is paid by the short seller. And this is the part that we didn't have quite right, or we just didn't address this. But we also said that, you know, we had to do more research. We weren't sure, but this is it. So if this were a cash dividend, number 2 would receive it from AMC. Short seller would not be entitled to any dividend. And in fact, they would have to pay the dividend to the lender because the lender is also entitled to the dividend. In the case of this dividend in the form of a share, or whatever you want to call it, they will have to buy those units and deliver them to the shareholder that they borrowed the share from. Okay, so the point here is that none of this involves anything called synthetic shares. this is the way it works. This is the way it works for every dividend stock, stocks that pay regular dividends. So, you know, it is essentially, it's you're right, Model 3 dude. It is not a cash dividend, but it's not a cash dividend, but it works the same way in terms of the short seller being responsible for providing that dividend to the short seller. I'm sorry, the short seller being responsible for providing it to the lender of the share. So AMC is issuing 516 of these dividend shares, right? And those will be paid to 516. They will be paid out on 516 million shares. And anybody who's lending a share, so the 90 whatever million shares that are being lent, their dividend will be paid by the short seller, or it will be provided by the short seller. Now, I can hear people right now saying, well, but it doesn't matter because they're not going to be able to buy it because apes they're not going to be selling it. How are they going to buy it? Who are they going to buy it from? Well, the other part of this is that I haven't heard anybody address, but you know, I don't listen to everything that these guys say, but at this point, we just watched quite a few of the top grifters, and they didn't mention anything about this. So one thing to keep in mind is that as much as they want to say it, retail investors don't own all of the shares. They don't own the entire float. So according to Fidelity's information, which is coming straight from the SEC, retail is potentially, able to own 57% of the float. Okay, we just rounded up to 60 if you want. So that leaves about 40%. Insiders 6.2, whatever, but basically the top three categories here are talking about institutions. So, and with somebody like BlackRock and Vanguard holding close to 100 million, that pretty much takes care of all of the short shares. So, coming back to this, so not every lender of a share is a retail investor, right? Not every lender is a retail investor. Some shares surely are being lent by institutions. With cash dividends, the shareholder can actually forfeit the dividend. I would assume that it works in a similar way with share dividends like this. So let's say that the institutions just say, you know what, we're entitled to this dividend to be paid by the person that's borrowing the share from us, but we don't care. We don't want it. We don't really need it. You have institutions that are not lending their shares, so they're just holding the shares long. They're going to receive this dividend. What are they going to do with it? Well, they'd be happy to sell it. I'm sure they would be happy to sell it to somebody who needs it, to a short seller who needs to turn around and deliver it to a lender. And then you're also going to have some retail investors who receive it, and their shares are not being lent. They'll receive the dividend and then they'll sell it. So that's possible. Shorts do not own shares until they buy to cover. Yeah, that's correct. They're not entitled to a dividend. They are not entitled to the dividend. In fact, they are short the dividend. Think of it that way. They're short the dividend. And they have to provide that to the lender that they borrowed from. In the same way that they have to provide the share at some point to the lender that they borrowed the share from. Does that make sense? But the bigger issue here is that, the apes believe that this will expose synthetic shares because not everybody will get a dividend. And, the reality is anybody who does not get a dividend from AMC will get a dividend from short sellers who borrow the shares. That's the way it works. Like I said, I did talk to TD Ameritrade about this yesterday, and the woman I talked to was very patient and understanding, and really helped me clarify this. But that's what it is. So I don't see how this would. I mean, short seller. The short seller. It's known that this is how it works. That they're responsible for paying dividends back to the lenders. So in a case of a cash dividend, that would basically, more or less just come out of the collateral or the proceeds from the sale that are being held in collateral, right? In this case, you could think of it as being similar. They just have to use that to purchase the dividend share. So it's another step, I guess, and it does put pressure on the brokers to get it right. I do see that. And you have people in GameStop who are saying, oh, and mainly in Europe, oh, we didn't get our shares. Oh, no, we didn't get our shares. I mean, I don't know. You're talking about depository receipts in another country. I have no clue how that works, nor do I really care. But in this case, as far as I can tell, this is pretty much credible. Like this is what will happen. So AMC will only issue 516 million of these. And then, so like they're saying, the 516 million float, and then 90, I only go to the latest ortex, but here it is. So they're saying live short interest is 96 million. I mean, yeah, 96 million. So that's essentially, right, like the top 3 institutions, that covers it. And again, any institution that's holding a long position that's not being lent, they will receive the dividend. They will receive the share. And I'm using the term dividend to just refer to this Ape share, because essentially that's what it is. Yeah, 96 million. So you got 516 million plus essentially another 100 million. So AMC will cover the 516, and these 96 million shares that are sold short, the dividend for those for those lenders that lent those shares will be covered by the 96 million by the short sellers who borrowed those shares. So it's pretty, it is complicated. I will concede that, but it's not in any way nefarious or short busting or anything like that. Now, I don't know if we're going to come across anybody today that will explain this in this manner, but I don't see any pressure being put on short sellers from this at all. At all. Like I said, I see institutions probably forgotten, and of course the concurrent viewers drops because people don't want to hear this. People do not want to hear this. But hey, what can I say? Truth sucks sometimes, a lot of times. But that's what you get for believing these fucking grifters who say, oh, it's about to go crazy every time, literally every time something happens. And just statistically speaking, good shit does not happen every time something happens. So close my video if you want to, but we're telling it like it is. Okay, let's hear Scavenger. He's going to pump the fuck out of it. I'll tell you that right now. He is going to get so excited.
Going on, AMC? Listen, it's Sunday. I wanted to jump in today. It's kind of been a highly asked video for me to make, so I figured today would be a good day for me to talk about it. But this video is going to be for people who've been in this play that don't really understand the magnitude of it, or maybe you're a beginner who hasn't really been involved.
I had a feeling he was going to say something like this, like, oh, if maybe you're a beginner. Yeah, what the fuck would you consider yourself, asshole? Fuck me, beginner. Maybe you're a beginner. Maybe you're like me. But see, I figured it all out. let's go look at the FTDs and see. I mean, we don't have up-to-date data on them. In other words, it's off because it's not reported every day. But anyway, we can see at least what it is. But these things, I mean, you know, they get covered. Let's see. Yeah, so should be, I guess it'll come out next, maybe Monday or something for the last half of July, but, or maybe we got to wait until middle of August. I forget, but you know, it's on the decline. Now you'll probably see a spike, I'm going to guess, but of course, you know, there really wasn't a spike here. When this last run up pump happened, boy, that really changed the scale, didn't it? It did this. So that's about 10 million. That's a cumulative number, of course. So it ramped up to 10 million and then it ramped back down. And now it's low again. But I'm not sure how that plays into he's not a beginner. So he's an expert. This is where the covering will come from. I mean, like I said, we don't know what the number is right now. But I mean, you can see that it's that they're pretty much covered. They don't wait 35 days to do this. Like these guys like to project out this T plus 35 date and say, oh, and on the 18th it's gonna, or you know, oh, on August 3rd it's gonna pop. They don't wait that long because you can see that that almost a million, or let's see, 6 million was added this day, then 6 million was reduced the next day. So it's basically, in my opinion, it's basically nothing. It's nothing burger. It's being misinterpreted as having like a lot of relevance, but you're not even seeing the volume. You're not even seeing the volume that would matter here. Like this is the volume that matters right here. These days. But what happened after all these FTDs? Price went down. Like here you have all these FTDs here, like in last June, early July, and then the price collapsed. So I don't know. It hasn't really ever been a thing that's really been that's really mattered. Okay. So let's see here.
I'm sure there's a lot of people, myself included. You know, AMC for me.
Now, I just want to point out to you guys, there is a ceiling fan above him. We're seeing the shadow of it. Did you guys catch that?
For short squeeze plays that I've ever been into. You know, aside from GameStop, but these have kind of all happened around the same time. Listen, I'm going to tell you in this video why the significance of AMC is so amazing and why just this one squeeze can change your life so much.
Okay.
So, as we know, we had pandemic hit. The United States government forced everybody to stop working if you were not essential. I would say at least 90%, right? Of, you know, some people still went to work, right? If, you know, depending on how essential they were, because as, you know, COVID kind of went through, we could kind of categorize what we considered essential or not. But at the beginning, nobody knew what the virus was, so everybody freaked the fuck out. So that being said, the government forced
and 1 million people in our country alone ended up dying.
Everybody to stop working.
If you're going to mention that and minimize the pandemic, at least mention that 1 million U.S. citizens lost their lives. Okay.
Companies to shut down, and the companies didn't know if they were going to get bailed out or what was going to happen. And
yeah, but the real problem is all these poor companies, the poor companies.
In turn, what had happened was the government had all these massive stimulus money for companies and for people, right, through unemployment stimulus checks. But what had happened was they had these massive packages, right, for grants, right, for companies to take on. And what that money ended up going to, yeah, maybe some good companies, but the big companies got that money, right? The little guys got squashed, or maybe political gain, right? So if politicians were invested in a company, they didn't want to lose out on, so that stimulus money would go to those companies first, right? So you had a play like AMC or a company like AMC where they were forced to close their doors. Revenue stopped instantly, right?
Which created a very strong short thesis on the stock.
But not just with AMC, but with multiple companies, all around the United States. And we got to a situation
on a company, by the way, which was struggling before the pandemic, and whose stock price was nowhere near $72. Just throwing that out there. Just, you have to look at the context. And the context was the company's in trouble. Stock price is not to the moon before the pandemic.
Where after forcing these companies to shut down, the ones that were still traded on the stock market were being brutally attacked by Wall Street. So, and our government knew.
Wrong. That's wrong. Okay? The stock prices went down because the companies stopped taking fucking money in, thereby creating a strong short thesis. The goal was not to bankrupt the companies. The goal was to profit from the inevitable decline of the stocks due to the basic complete stoppage of income, revenue. Okay? Like, this is very ill-informed and very ignorant. Like, basic business principles apply here. But you're going to sit here and tell us how everybody's going to get rich. Okay, continue, please.
But this is political gain, right? You're in a situation where you force companies to close their doors, and you know that they're not going to have revenue. But while you did this, you allowed Wall Street to short their stock. It was an easy play. It was an easy short.
You allowed them to do it. Well, they can do it whenever they want to because it's a free market. And if you have more money, you can make bigger and riskier plays if you want. Or you can make bigger sure thing plays. But this is a very biased explanation.
You had a theater company that, was over. You had COVID shut them down, the revenue was gone, and short their company will walk away with their market cap.
Right, so you do get it then.
Market cap.
You do get it.
Easy. But retail came through and bought up the shares, right? Institutions sold. They wanted a profit, so they sold the shares that they owned, which at the time it was Wanda, right? If you're new and you just
and crucially, AMC issued more shares to the tune of $400 million. Let's not forget that happened also in January of 2021.
Got an AMC, one of the biggest institutional shareholders in AMC. When this whole debacle started a year and a half ago was Wanda. Well, Wanda ended up, the price of their shares that they had ended up going up in value because of retail interest jumping into AMC. So you had an institution that said, hey, my shares have doubled in price. So they paper handed those in, sold them, and guess who bought those? Retail. So you had hedge funds that were severely short in AMC because at the time of the pandemic, it made sense, right? If retail wouldn't have jumped into this play, you would have had shorts be successful, right? Because they would have just kept shorting it, and there would have been no capital or money to fight against.
Yeah, we're walking down memory lane to the dim, flickering light of gas lights. That's what we're doing. We're taking a stroll down memory lane to the ambience of gas lights. Period.
These hedge funds, right? No revenue coming in, nothing. So when retail came through and bought up the float and showed interest,
here it is.
And it wasn't just AMC.
Here it is, right here. Okay, he forgot this part. He forgot this part. Oh, it's raining here. Pretty bad. Here's that period of time. Look, at the end of 2020, they had 160 million. shares outstanding. And it had already been increasing. By the beginning of February, you had 377 million shares outstanding. Okay. And then it continued to increase, But that's not part of this gaslit experience.
You have GameStop also. You put shorts in a situation where now, but before there was nothing going on. It was easy for them, but now you have this rope, right? And we started playing tug of war between each other because shorts were betting the price is going to go down, and now that
I've used,
even though AMC at this point was still closed.
Last year, I used the tug of war analogy. I did, but the difference is, and it's a big difference, the institutional shorting side of tug of war constantly has new strong men, new strong motherfuckers rotating in and out of that rope. While on the other side, you have all the little guys, little apes, that are holding on for dear life, literally hodling. And, on the other side, you have institutions that are like, all right, we're gonna get out, we're gonna cover, and somebody else steps in. And the tension on their side of the rope just continues to be extremely strong. But it's not a bad analogy if you look at it, realistically.
You had retail buying up the float, so their stock price was raising, even though there was no revenue coming through. Because at the end of the day, you have to remember, fundamentals don't matter. It's based off of what people want to value the stock.
Stock price was rising, not raising. Okay. You listen to the way these guys talk, and you realize that most of these guys are not educated. And it might be superficial, it might be judgmental, whatever, but, the stock price rose. It was rising. Okay. You can raise the roof, or you can raise the flag, but a stock price rises. Water level rises. Pet peeve. I know Lynn appreciates that, at least.
Stock prices, right? So when I say that, what I'm trying to say is that you could have a company like you can look at companies with horrible earnings, but their stock price can still go up, because the reality is it's
like
what
AMC.
You valued. It's what big groups of people value that stock as. So
okay, stop again. In the short term, yes. Stock market in the short term is a voting machine. In the long term, though, it's a weighing machine. And if you aren't weighing big stacks of cash, you're not going to sustain that initial popularity. That's how it works. That's why these things collapse. That's exactly why these momentum plays collapse.
With AMC, up to this day, right? We had the run up before, right, to $70 something, but that was simply, in my opinion, retail interest, right? The stock price is going up because the supply of shares went down and the demand was still going up. And when we hit that peak, that's when they started creating these synthetic shares, right?
Nope.
And maybe nobody knows how the synthetics are created. Could it have been?
Yeah, because you just made it, because it was just a made-up notion. It is a conspiratorial ideation. Because, the stock price should have kept going up. Well, they must be just creating fake shares then, because that's the only way that we could see that it's going down. Weak, intellectually weak.
Layering shares, could it be? It's so hard to know exactly what they did, but they drove that down, hoping retail would sell.
We know exactly what they did. You can see the short interest, the estimation of the short interest here. Going back every day for the last year, you can look at it, and you can see on the graph how it correlates. By the way, you can also see how it correlates more recently. And I don't have TradingView up because I'm trying to conserve computer resources here. But, you basically have had short covering rallies that have resulted in these little pops, and then they collapse. Why? Because of overhead supply. All the people that bought in at $50, $60, $70 are just trying to get out. Anyway.
Right at that point, this was a fair play. They drove it down, but as soon as they made that decision on that day, when Robinhood and everybody came through and shut off the buy button and turned positions to closing only, as soon as they made that decision that day, that's when this thing got fucking serious. Because before, on that day that this thing ran up to 70 something dollars, this was a short squeeze play. But after that day when they made that decision, this turned into something so much greater than just a short squeeze play. Because now we're in a situation where them layering and creating these shares, they were creating shares to put them in a situation where they could drive the price down, right? Because from back then all the way till now, retail has owned the float and we haven't sold the float. So the only way they were able...
Wrong. That's wrong. 100% wrong, dude. Like, even recently, we see comments all the time. We hear from people all the time said, you know what, I just sold all my shares, 2,000 shares, whatever. So people have been selling the whole time. People are day trading the stock. People are swing trading the stock. People in this, members of this channel have been doing that. So to say that nobody, no apes haven't been selling, it's nonsense. Again, it's fantasy, gaslighting.
Able to maliciously attack us is by doing some ungodly fuckery, right? Driving the price down. Now we're in a situation where if they did create synthetics, if they did create all this, retail now owns those, right? The brokerage firms aren't directly attached to AMC, right? You'll see a lot of FUD out there where people will tell you, oh, Aron should know the share count. You guys have to understand that AMC gives these shares out, and the DTCC, which is the clearing, right? They're the ones that tell you if the shares are available, blah, 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 and they distribute those to the market makers. The DTCC allowed all this bullshit to happen. So moving to today forward, where we have this dividend coming through, this is going to prove for us everything we've been saying for the last year, right? We're going to be in a situation where, sure, we're not going to be able to see the synthetic shares, but you have to remember everything falls.
We still won't be able to see them, but they still exist.
Onto the DTCC and the market makers. When people come out and say, hey, I didn't get a dividend, that's going to answer every conspiracy theory, every...
So again, when this happens, excuse me, when this happens, oh yeah, like when the China sanctions, the Chinese stocks ban kicks in, we're going to see it then. Oh, nope, we're not going to see that. When the GameStop split kicks in, oh, well, we didn't see it then either. Oh, but this time, when this one happens, we're going to get the fuck out of here. How many times do you have to be wrong before people actually start realizing that you have no fucking clue what you're talking about? Will this be it finally? If, and I'll say if, but, I want to say when. If and when. This does not have the intended effect that you think it will, because let's be honest, none of these catalysts have. They've all been based on faulty assumptions, and you know what happens when you make an assumption and then base another assumption on that? You're building a house of cards. And yes, Manny is going to get ungodly fucked. There's really, there's more evidence for that than there is for synthetic shares.
Question we've ever had. If it's a 1-for-1 dividend, there should be no reason that even one person misses out on a dividend, right?
And why is that? He's not wrong, but why is that? Well, because the short sellers are responsible for paying the dividend back to the lenders of shares. Okay, and again, this whole system right here is not indicative of synthetic shares. This third position, this second long position, is not a synthetic share. It is a borrowed share that was sold in the market short by a short seller. The way dividends work, the dividend will go to that holder, shareholder number 2. However, the lender is also entitled to the dividend. As Scavenger says, every holder of AMC stock is entitled to the dividend. Where will it come from? The short seller will be responsible for providing it. Okay, they'll have to buy it. But like I said before, with AMC institutional ownership so high, there won't be a problem finding these dividend shares to buy.
Makes sense. AMC is giving out the exact quantity of dividend for the exact quantity of shares that they have. So this is going to prove everything for us. This is going to show us that if people don't get this dividend, they're synthetic shares. If people don't get this dividend, it's going to show that brokerage firms gave out those IOUs. Here's shares, even though we don't really have shares, right?
They don't do that.
They
can't do that. There is no mechanism by which they can do that.
Do everything that you need to know with this play, because as we all know, this play is closing up. It's coming to an end. But it's still not too late to jump into this.
Wow. What a grifter.
But I always have said this since the beginning of this play, the more FUD, the closer we are, right? They've had this thing in control from...
Oh, that's good logic. Yeah, that's good logic. The more stuff that we interpret as FUD, which may be true, the closer we are. The closer you are to insolvency, probably.
Now, for since that run up and from that decision they made to drive us down and kind of hold us here, they made that decision, and now we're in a situation where, with this dividend coming out, that we're going to keep tracking upwards, because now they're betting on people selling, as many people selling as possible before this dividend's issued. So A, they can get their hands on real shares and get the dividend, or B, they can hide, or both, they can hide the synthetics, right? They need to be able to deliver as many dividends to as many people as possible. So Aron came out in a baller move, and you guys have to remember,
a baller move.
This squeeze will change lives, okay? And even if people end up only selling at a couple $100s, you have to think you can make so much money with 30 grand much quicker than you can with $1,000. You know what I mean? Like,
what?
Trying to make $1 million with $1,000 is going to take longer than trying to make $1 million with 30 or 40 grand. If that makes sense. So we're closer than ever, but this video is more for beginners, I guess, that potentially got in late.
See, and that's that right there.
I mean, I don't think you're ever late.
That right there, that's why we're calling these guys out. Oh, this video is for beginners who don't know. Yeah, let me gaslight you on the history of what happened over the last year and a half and tell, oh, it's not too late to get in. Yeah, go ahead and buy at 22. Yeah, it's only going to go up from here. It's despicable. Scoundrels.
I think this play, the magnitude of it's going to be so much, even if you bought in at $100. Like, obviously, if you go back in my videos, you can see my price targets.
Nobody bought in at $100 so far, and nobody will ever.
But they fucked themselves. At first, though, this is a safe bet, a good bet, but the biggest mistake that institutions made that fucked everything for them was selling their shares to retail, because now we own this fucking float. If institutions own this float, they could do a lot of shit.
Well, that's wrong. Here's institutional holdings right here. Okay. It's not true. Not true. Oh, but that doesn't account for synthetics. Scott, you don't know what you're talking about.
But you got to think, when any shares get lended out, those are all loan shares getting lended out, right? So even in a perfect world, if there were no synthetics.
Len, I believe it's 1/100th of a share of common stock. And then those preferred equity units will be redeemable for 100 shares of common stock. So it converts back. It will ultimately represent, the way I understand it at least, it will represent 1 share if they're redeemable. But yeah, at least initially, that's how it goes. So you can think about how that will impact the price of it. So if it's 1/100th of it, you know, essentially you're getting a dividend that's worth 1/100th of a share price. And like we said before, with dividends, you would expect the stock price to be repriced less the dividend amount. So it's like a, you know, it's like a balance or something. You know, you put more on one side, and you're gonna have to take some away from the other side, kind of thing. Not a balance, but you see what I mean. It's one company. It's one valuation of one company. So it's not a separate company. It's not a separate you know, it may be a separate security, but it's attached to the same company that has one balance sheet.
There are synthetics because a loan is synthetic. It's not real. It's, yeah, I got you. Like, and we know that almost half the float that we know of is on loan. Everything's loan.
That's wrong. That's incorrect. Almost. What? No. Here it is right here. And yeah, this is 85%, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's only what they know about. And it's self-reported. But yeah, by the fucking people who lend it. But anyway, shares on loan, 127. The float is 516. I guess in ape math, that's half. I guess.
Because retail's not giving them, we're not giving them our shares. This fucks them. We're not giving them our shares, and that's all they need is our shares. But
no,
we're
they
not
don't.
giving it to them. And this is what's causing the debacle on Wall Street. And not only Wall Street, it expands much wider than just Wall Street. Because who do you think's invested in these hedge funds? Politicians. Big government elites, everybody. But at the end of the day, they can have a lot of money, but you can have all the money you want in the world, but if you can't get your hand on the prize, on the shares, that money doesn't mean shit.
What a smug motherfucker, huh?
So this thing's coming to a close soon. We're going to keep rising into this dividend because they need as many people to sell as possible. But the magnitude of this play is huge. It is. And there's going to be more plays after this, right? And I know there's so many different investors out there.
Yeah, it seems like it, Len.
Traders, day traders, squeeze traders.
Or at the end of the day, it's a way to attempt to raise more money for the company. But I don't even think it won't ultimately even come to that, probably. You know, let's be honest. That's exactly what I said. What?
Traders, dividend traders, but the reality is squeezes can make you a lot of fucking money. We're about to witness that with AMC, don't worry. But we're all in this play. We're all going to ride it up together. The paper hands in this play are gone. They were gone 8 months ago. And they sold at a loss, or maybe some of them made a gain, but I'm sure there's a lot of people who bought at $72 that wrote it down and sold out. But the reality is the paper hands are gone. So we're going to be fine. The only ones that are left in this are the diamond handers, who are so psychologically prepared for what's to come that it's going to be so fucking outstanding.
Yeah, you're wearing psychological blinders that only allow you to see what you believe will happen. But you know, like Manny said, where was that? Where Manny said he's going to get ungodly fucked. You know, that's just I don't see any any way around that. But anyway, almost done with this one, thank
to
God.
see how this plays out. Like, I am just so pumped. I know if I were on the other side betting against this play, I'd be fucking shaking in my shoes.
Oh, yeah.
But guys, that's
because you don't know how to trade. It's probably a really great time to short AMC. Could be. Could be a great time to short AMC. We'll have to see. Oh, look! Jack Hunter. Jack Hunter popped up. CSI popped up. Trey's popped up. See, Trey is a fair weather grifter. God damn. Trey is a fair weather grifter. Lovechat.xyz is here. Nice to see you in the chat. Yeah, let's do CSI. Adam Aaron played us again. Here's how. He might be, I don't know. I'm going to reserve judgment. Let's see. Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video.
What's up, everybody? It's the Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video. One I'm not happy to make. A lot of times when I make videos, there's some I'm on fire to make and some that I just like, man, this is going to be a rough one. But you're going to laugh maybe at the beginning, but at the end, you'll probably be like me and want to cry.
Uh-oh.
Because I believe AA has screwed us.
Uh-oh.
And I think he did it on purpose. I think it took a lot of thought. It took a lot of strategy to figure out how these hedge funds was going to get out of the situation they're in. But they figured a way, and they're using AA to do it. Now, I got off the phone with TD.
Now, I am intrigued here. I have to say, I am very intrigued. And he said he just got off the phone with TD Ameritrade too. That's who I called yesterday. And I did not call and say, oh, tell me what's going on with the AMC. No, absolutely not. You have to give them your account number. They know who you are when you call. No. But I asked general questions, and the person I talked to was fabulous. I forget her name, but anyway, I think the reason he probably called TD was because they are the only ones that I could find that I have an account with that has 24/7 customer support. So that's pretty cool. Fidelity didn't have
Figured
it.
a way, and they're using AA to do it. Now I got off the phone with TD and E-Trade. I'm gonna play one of the video audios that I was on the phone with them about, because what happened
don't do
was
that.
I went to bed and I had a dream.
Uh-oh.
In the dream, someone came to me. It could have been anybody. It could have been a shareholder. It could have been one of you. But you had questions. And I was attempting to answer your questions to the point where it got to the point where I realized what the individual was trying to communicate to me in the dream. And when I woke up, I said, no, this can't be. This can't be. Ape is supposed to lead us to the promised land. So what happened? What transpired in that phone call with the two brokers that I just got off the phone with to confirm whether my dream was right or not? And they told me I was. So let me start by saying this. Let's go right here to, okay, this is the AMC newsletter that they put out explaining what was going to happen. And to save time, I'm not going to read it. You just go to investors.amctheaters.com and you can see it. But we get to this part right here in the letter, which my subconscious must have picked it up. That's why I dreamed it. But he says right here in this paragraph, since this stock dividend move being announced today is like a stock split, it is logical to assume that once the dividend is issued, the price of our common shares will fall.
Yes.
Let's use Meta as an example. And the numbers that I will be putting there will be just
You mind if I speed
rounded
him up?
off figures so
Can I
that
speed him
everybody
up to
can
one and a quarter?
understand more easily. But watch this.
Well, let's try
in
it.
a normal stock split, let's say that Meta has 10 million float. Now we know it's not, but for argument's sake, let's say it's 10 million. And the price
that
of
works,
Meta
I think.
would be 80. In a 2-for-1 stock split, the float would double to 20 million. and the price would be cut in half to reflect $40.
He must be on pills
Now,
right now.
It's still $80 million.
We need to speed him up.
It's 10 million shares at $80, $80 million. 20 million shares at $40,
That's just a joke.
$80 million. It's the same. Companies do this when their price of their stock gets too high and they want to bring interest back into it. They'll do a 2-for-1 or they'll do a stock split, but normally they want to
Too bad
bring
it didn't
interest
work for
back to their
GameStop.
stock. That's the purpose of it. What does this mean with AMC? We go back to his original statement in the newsletter that says, again, since this stock dividend move being announced today is like a stock split, it's logical to assume that once the dividend is issued, the price of our common shares will fall.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
The next sentence. Vitally, however, as an investor, you and me would not own only a single share. You would own instead a share of AMC and an ape. So your economic interest in AMC would be the price of a share plus the price of the ape. Let's just say that from now to the 21st, we are putting it on the short's ass. They're having to cover. The stock price has moved up from $22 as it is right now to $46. That would mean that 516 million shares of AMC at $46 equals $23,736,000,000.
Okay.
Everybody's okay with
market
that.
cap.
But now watch what they're doing, what they're actually doing. Add in the ape. Now we have 516 million ape. Why? Because he done what was like a stock split. There's 516 million shares of AMC, and now there will be 516 million shares of ape. But here's where it gets fucked up, people. This is like a stock split. Okay? And he tells us right here, I'm not making this shit up. He says, vitally, however, as an investor, you would not own only a single share. You would instead own a share of AMC and an ape. So your economic interest in AMC would be the price of the share plus the price of an ape. Then he goes on to say that, and while no one's crystal ball can accurately predict stock market swings and volatility, stop. Yeah, we can. We got them banged up. They in the corner. They taking blows to the fucking body, people. We are working on this. Is it. We are there. But everybody's concerned about stock dilution and what will the price of ape be when it comes out. Will it be 1 cent? It's impossible. New York Stock Exchange has rules. It has to open at least $4 to $5. All right. The question I asked the broker was, what will the price be when it opens? Because I already had an idea, and he told me exactly what I feared.
There we go. Off right here. That's clear now.
Okay. What is your name again? Because I'm recording this call.
Yeah,
Let me slow it down so we can hear this. This is it. This is interesting.
Okay.
If you ever need it. But it's Paul Galloway.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Look, I know y'all are fielding questions like freaking crazy on this AMC and ape stock thing. I have one question.
Yep.
Are you familiar with it well enough to be able to answer?
Yeah, just say yes.
Okay, so here's the thing. Our CEO is telling us that this is going to be like a 2-for-1 stock split, except we're not going to get AMC share. We're going to get an ape share instead. That's correct, right?
That is correct.
Whatever the float of AMC is, that's going to be the float of the ape coin, correct?
Yeah, so how many shares you have for AMC is how many shares you're going to get of ape.
Okay, that's great. Question is this, and I know you don't know the answer to this question, but maybe you'll know the answer to the second question. What will ape share begin trading for on the 22nd?
Yeah, you're right. That one is still, like, we're still waiting on AMC to basically dispose that, confirm it basically. But on the AMC website, I went to investor.amctheaters.com.
I'm there.
I went there, and then article on there, and let me actually see if I can pull it up again. There's an article on there that actually discloses, says Ape is going to be a preferred stock, preferred equity unit, and it says the par value is going to be $0.01. And that's what to start out with is seems like, but they have not disclosed anything with us. So that's just what the article I'm seeing on their screen says.
Okay,
I'm not too sure though.
Well, we know it can't open for a penny on the New York Stock Exchange because they have regulations concerning what a stock can open at, right?
Yeah, that's between them and basically FINRA and the SEC. So that one, I have not seen anything open for a penny personally, but that one, that's why that par value being the penny, that one confused a lot of people. It's confusing us as well. It's one of those things where we're kind of just waiting on them to say a little bit more.
Well,
as far as we know, we just know the distribution factor of it for every AMC share getting an Ape. But how much Ape's going to be, they haven't actually confirmed anything with us. Based on articles confusing everybody. So we're kind of just waiting to see what they say.
Okay.
That one, that's all between them.
Maybe my thought can help you a little bit more, or maybe you can shed some light to where I'm either correct or not. What kind of effect is this going to have on the AMC share price?
That one also we're waiting to see too. Because basically, as of right now, if it is going to be treated like a split, then it could be 2-for-1, meaning that the AMC price could cut in half.
AMC price would be cut in half.
Ooh.
Like, say, for example, it closed this week at 22. So, if this was the 22nd, and AMC closed at 22 the day before, and the Ape stock comes out, treated like a 2-for-1 stock split, then AMC would go to 11, and Ape would be worth 11.
Yes, exactly. It would be treated like, like exactly. So 2-for-1 divided by 2. Like you said, 11 and then 11.
So there you have it, people.
Wow.
Broke it down very simple for you. I'm going to read this paragraph again, now that you know what you know, and it will make 100% clarity to you of what Aron and the hedges and the rest are up to. Since this stock dividend move being announced today is like a stock split, it is logical to assume that once the dividend is issued on the 22nd, the price of our common shares will fall. Wait a minute, Adam. Fall how bad? In half. Why? Because you're issuing 516 million Ape. That makes no difference whether they're common Ape, preferred Ape, a penny for par value, whatever. On the 22nd, expect AMC's price.
We said this on Thursday, I
in
think.
half.
We were saying the same damn thing.
I'm watching my stock, and if we're beating their asses and we get this motherfucker up to $60
All right, we're going back
before
to
the 22nd,
fast.
then Aron is going to push us back to 30. And we have to start all over. There you have it, people. That's what's going on. That is, I know some of these YouTubers, I've watched a few of them, and they're kind of fucking insulting, aren't they? Look,
Yep.
I'm watching the other YouTubers with all their stuff, but we, the elite, who know what we're talking about, we're going to huddle up in our fucking closets until we figure this shit out ourselves. Then they're going to come out and going to explain to us how this works. Listen to me, people.
Tony D.
It's all a fucking game, and I'm about sick of playing it with AMC and with all these YouTubers. On the 22nd, no matter what the price of AMC is, if AMC falls to 12 by the 22nd, then they're going to cut the price in half to 6, and they will be able to cover. So there you have it. I didn't have to have 30 years of fucking experience in the market to figure this out. I just simply had to know what a stock split was. And so I'm through with all of that. I just don't know what to think anymore. One minute it's a utopia, and the next minute we're down in the fucking mud again. Here's what I suggest. We have to get a message to Aron. If this stock gets cut in half, we will sell every fucking thing. Now, the next thing is if he was really concerned about AMC and its shareholders and proving what he claims that he's trying to prove for us, why did you make that NFT I own Ape available to anybody? They're not available to just people who own Ape. They're
not?
Are given out to people who are members of Investor Connect that are not shareholders of AMC, or they will not be shareholders of Ape. So if you wanted to bring this shit to a close, Adam, you can quit blowing smoke up people's ass, because all you would have had to do was make that I own Ape NFT, 516 million of them.
What it seems like when
only for shareholders, and they could not have counterfeited it. You wouldn't have to cut our fucking stock price in half. So you take your Ape and stick it in your ass. I don't even want it. In fact, if you don't come out with a video, I don't want a tweet, motherfucker. I want a video showing us that you are not going to cut our price in half.
Pounding the table.
And we want this I own Ape NFT to go directly straight to only 516 million shareholders of Ape. You are not going to give it to
ED.
Investor Connect people. There's no way for us to track how many people actually own AMC Ape if you want to give it away to anybody. This shit's getting fed up, people. We need to get a message to this motherfucker that we own this goddamn company, and either he's going to fucking make that NFT available only to apes and end this shit with them like Overstock did, or we bail on him. It's one or the other. Fuck him, fuck Hycroft, fuck his ape stock. Love y'all. Be blessed. And I'm sorry I had to bring this message to y'all.
All right, comments here. Let's see what we got. No, you're not figuring correct. Common shares of AMC will fall because Ape is being sliced off of AMC. If AMC is 20, you will now have 10 AMC and 10 Ape. AMC is less, but your account value is the same because you add in Ape. Okay, well, that's true. That is true. Here's a quote from Adam Aron. Oh, and while I'm on a roll this lovely Saturday, there is absolutely no dilution in this initial stock dividend payout on August 19th. That is because initially all these apes go and only go to our current shareholder base. You own the same percentage of AMC before and after. Chief Wahoo. Ape is getting its initial value from AMC. This is why it's like a stock split. It will not necessarily be 50%. If it starts at $4 and AMC will drop $4, but both stocks will be what AMC is worth now. If Ape were to open at $4, AMC will drop 18 to 18, so 22 together. Let's see. The big unknown is if there are indeed hundreds of millions or billions of synthetics, blah, blah, blah. Well, we already went over that. I ain't worried because of the 18.5 weekly profit from Olivia R. Marks Services. Best comment here. Everybody that is short is going to now own an ape to their owe an ape to their lender, and it's worth $11 or more on top of the interest that they're paying for their short positions. Yes. Well, that's true. Let me get this fucking shit off here. So short sellers will have to pay it, will have to provide it back to the lenders. That's correct. But there are, plenty of reasons why that's not the end of the world for them. So Lou was right. AA is not with us. Been saying it for a while. That's why I voted to remove every AMC corporate officer out of a job after the last shareholder vote. You should ask him what happens to stocks being held in an account that's synthetic and they don't receive their ape share. From Bag Lady. I asked Fidelity about synthetic shares a while back and they got real defensive. They actually asked me if I was one of those Reddit people. They won't admit there are synthetics. Everyone will get the ape share. Watch. Yeah, they will. Either from AMC or from a short seller. Okay. Let's go down to the bottom. Good comments are at the bottom. This misconception about shorts having to cover is pure BS. In a dividend stock split, just like any other split, shorts will have their short positions increase by half, just like shareholders. The only thing that had happened to shorts is they have twice the position. When the stock breaks in half, they are at the same position they started since their short increased due to the stock split. And some holders and shorts won't lose any value until AA decides. Okay, I mean, that's a good point, because if the stock price does decline, that adds that much to the short position's value or profit, but they will have to pay that. In other words, they'll have to buy the ape equity, so they won't actually end up getting it. They'll have to use it to pay to buy the other token or other equity. So it's really a no net, a zero sum thing, as far as I can tell. TD and reps don't know shit. Yes, of course not. Go down. More. We got the futures opening in 5 minutes too. How in the hell you changed your conviction in just a few hours? You did a video contacting TD Ameritrade by answering your question fully. Well, it's called getting information, and changing your outlook based on new information. And that's what the apes don't know how to do. Meth is a hell of a drug. Oh boy. Okay. Welcome to the stock market. What if shorts had to buy Ape to try to cover up the AMC manipulation? What if Ape squeezed first, then AMC MOAS? I think you are wrong. You still own the same amount of AMC, and shorts will be in the same position as before. Ape will just be icing on the cake. Okay. All right. Anyway, let's go back. AA is golfing, drinking scotch, and laughing at his checkmate. Don't tell me I can't add more shares. I will add more shares and make you like it. Yep. Okay, I got to fire up the, speaking of TD, I got to fire that up here real quick. Hopefully it, oops, password please. Okay. He told them all he could add shares without them. He did say that. Yep, he said it on Trey's video, interview, whatever. So interesting from CSI. Still not quite right, but I mean, probably more right than a lot of these guys are saying, I'm going to guess. But we'll get there. And look at all this stuff. Checkmate. Our time to shine. Jeff Forbes, let's clear up some FUD. We may have to check that out and see if he actually does. Ape Nation will. So this is basically a 2-for-1 stock split. New York Angelo also was against this. His last video we watched on Thursday, he was pretty frazzled. Apes, are you ready to rumble? Short squeeze channel coming out with the emotional manipulation. The DTCC caught lying and manipulating GameStop. The fallout and arrests imminent. When is the last time? I mean, you tell me. When is the last time anybody on Wall Street was arrested? Give me a fucking break. AMC stock tomorrow. It's going to get ugly. 7 hours ago. Shorts are transitioning right now. Clearly, they're not in Texas. Reality check. About to change lives. AMC squeeze 2.0 from Rico. Look how mangled his face is there. The apes pounce. Suspended trading. Just silence short sellers. Don't think so. Okay, now. Go to studio mode. Cutting it close here. Cutting it close here. Cutting it real fucking close here. If it comes up before 6, oh yeah, MOAS tomorrow. I got it up before 6. MOAS tomorrow. There it is. Well, now it's 6, and yep, there we go. Off to the races. Gapped up. Oh, not the DXY, but although, yeah, we could look at the DXY dollar index, but let me put the, fuck it. I'm going to keep that on there. Who cares about the Russell anyway? Oil. Natural gas. And volatility. All right, let's see, what are people saying here? Home Alone guy. Yep. So yeah, they voted on this in 2013. It's been in the works for a while. They just held it in their pocket. Break glass in case of emergency. Yes, sir. All right. Okay, well, we'll come back to this. We'll check back in with this and see where things go. Certainly not an indication of anything really, but just interesting to note what happens. Home Alone guy. 100% confirmed. Okay, I'm going to go back up to the top. Refresh. Apes thought their vote was only vote that matters. And, and that's in keeping with confirmation bias. Oh, we voted on it, so that's the only thing that matters. That's the only thing we know about. No context, nothing. What do you think caused the run last week? Apologies if you already covered it. Probably a combination of short covering and just some FOMO buying, I would imagine. So this was Friday's ortex. It shows 4 million return shares. That would be indicative of Wednesday's price action. So we don't have, we need Tuesday, whatever happens on Tuesday in ortex for return shares. That will tell us what was returned on Friday. But also we know that they're not necessarily returning the shares and then relending them. They're being passed, from one short position that's closed to another short position that's opening without going through the return process. So this is only part of it. But what we can tell from this is that there was short covering. Let's see, Thursday, which would be Tuesday, you had 7 million shares returned. Wednesday, which would have been Monday, you had 6 million returned. So, and this is in keeping with the rest of the market too. So that's the third thing. Short covering, a little bit of FOMO buying, and also just the general market activities last week, which let me go back to TOS. And we can see it there. If we were to go to, let's go to this, go to the S&P 500 and go back to, like 1 hour. And we can see this, but then we can add a study. We'll add a comparison. And we will change that to AMC. So, gotta click OK on it. AMC. Put that on there. And we can see, let me go to a daily. Maybe it'll be better to see it. And let me get this stupid open interest off here. Just off. And let me get that other line off there. And let me just go ahead and change this to the SPY as well. Stupid line off here. Okay, so basically you're seeing that the correlation. The market, you know, rallying in under short covering. Yeah, and so that brings everything up with it. Get back to the futures here. That's probably the biggest factor, but that's directly tied to short covering as well. So dollar shooting higher, bad for equities traditionally. All right. Shit. Trey actually made a video that made great points. Oh, you mean it won't completely piss me off like most of his videos have lately? Oops. Okay. Done with that. All right. Let's go to Jack. Jack Hunter. God help me. All right.
Hey guys, it's Jackson Hunter. I'm back with another AMC stock update. Today is Sunday, August 7th. Please hit the like button. Please smash that subscribe button. I love and appreciate you.
Gong!
Oh, AMC stock on Friday was up 18.86%, ending the regular trading hours at $22.18 per share on a volume of 124 million. Okay, that's the highest volume since March 29th of this year. That's also more than 20% of the float traded in just 7.5 hours. Check this out. This is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Please do not make investments based on what I say in my content. You're gonna want to stick around to the end of the video. I got a lot of cool stuff. So this is the AMC stock chart on the weekly. So each candle represents 1 week. If you can see that, we have a solid green candle. Whenever it's just a solid bar like that and there's no wick to the downside, that's very bullish, just to say the least. And then if you look at the RSI, it just crossed 50.
Like it was here. It was very bullish, and then all of a sudden it wasn't.
50 you can think of as equilibrium for the RSI. Above 50, you're typically trending upwards. Below 50, you're typically trending downwards on each time frame that you're.
By the way, the weirdness and like the audio and stuff, that's in his video. That's baked into his video. That's on him. I know, you know, my streaming setup is not the best, but in this case, it actually is not me. It's whatever the hell he's doing.
That you're looking at, and this is the weekly, okay? And then also, if you look at the MACD, excuse me, the MACD's moving averages are below the bars right here. So it still has a ways to go if it would like to run up. And then also this $30 level right here, you can see it touched the week of June 1st. It touched right there. It touched right here twice, $30. It had some consolidation in this $30 range. Right here, it came up to $30 on that week as well. So I think the next magnetic point on the chart is $30. Obviously, I don't care until it's much higher than that, but $30 is an important share price to talk about, and I think once it gets above that, it should get pretty fun.
Running a
Check
portable generator.
This is a tweet from Adam Aron. He
That's
says,
great.
to sum it up, the creation of apes should help clarify for you who is in our current shareholder base and how many company issued shares there are. Beyond that, though, we believe apes should let AMC raise capital, pay debt, and do more. Not good news for the doubters. Hashtag checkmate. Check this out right here. Let's clean up some FUD. Our new stock dividend of 1 ape means we give 1 AMC preferred equity unit, preferred stock that will trade on the New York Stock Exchange with the symbol ape. It is not a cash dividend of 1 penny. The 1 cent reference is just to a technical legal term called par value. All right, it's not going to be worth 1 cent. It's going to be worth whatever the market decides it's worth. And by the way, I didn't put this in here, but
Yeah, AMC will be worth what the market decides it's worth, whether there's 1 ticker or 2 tickers. Don't change nothing.
Houston Wade and I are going live tonight at
Oh God, oh God, Houston Wade's coming out of the fucking woodwork for this shit. Mr. the Stalker.
10 p.m. PST, so that'd be 1 a.m. New York time or
Wow. Yeah, on a Sunday night. Who's going to be around for that?
Eastern time, but I know you guys don't sleep
People with no job.
anyway, so check that out on my channel. Gonna be a great live stream. We'll talk AMC and we'll talk GME. Check this out. I didn't even get into the calls and the puts on Friday because I was just really jazzed about the price action and everything that was going on. So on Friday there were 105,000 calls in the money. You multiply that by 100, you get 10.5 million shares that those calls represent. Now, obviously, not all of them are going to be exercised. Probably a small fraction of them will be exercised, but that could lead to gamma movement this week. It might have been some of the reason why Friday it went up because they were delta hedging for those calls. But in any case, that's the most calls AMC has had in the money for a long, long time. Puts in the money, less than 1,000. Puts out of the money, 92,000. So these out of the money calls are starting to come in the money.
Yeah, so it may not be a coincidence that there's almost an equal number of in the money calls and out of the money puts. May not really be.
It's looking really, really good. And then also, I just noticed on TD Ameritrade, they added strike prices. All right, if you guys remember, they did this last year as well. So they added.
Yeah, they went up to 145, and you all wasted your money on them.
For this week, $35 to $40.
Because wrench capital.
Strike prices August 19th, $31 to $40. August 26th, they added $26 to $40. That's
because they know that you guys are going to buy them, and you guys are going to push them either directly or indirectly by creating this ultra bullish sentiment, which has really never changed. The bullish sentiment has remained. And even with, successful companies, it's not always bullish.
15 strike prices. September 2nd, they added 31 to 40. And then I didn't bother to look more, but they probably added it to a lot of them. And then check this out right here. If you want to get up to 10 free stocks, click my referral link in the description below. It's through Moomoo. They do not engage in payment for
Right, okay.
You can trade.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I love this guy, man. He's just all about the data, all about the stats. He has these amazing squeeze theories. And he was nice enough to bring me on to his Discord a while back and just talk about AMC and all that. And so you guys should follow him if you don't. It's at TrueXDemon. The guy is just on point, man. So he said, CEO Adam cracked the code on counting the AMC naked shorts. Now, listen up, okay? Brokers will never tell the truth, but Ape will. Buckle up for this DD thread. I'll keep it short and sweet. AMC dividend is a 1-to-1 dividend for Ape. Only 1 share of Ape will be delivered per 1 share of AMC. Brokers must deliver these on the 22nd of August. Anyone who does not receive their shares on August 22nd will create 1 failure to deliver per share not received. That's
I don't think so. I don't think so. FTDs don't happen immediately, right? There's a grace period where they have to be delivered. But anyway, I'm going to let it keep going here because that's probably some other things in here we'll address.
That's your share count. There is no other way for an FTD on a newly issued stock to occur except if the broker failed to deliver it. Every FTD that is marked against Ape on August 22nd is the number of shares that should have been received by retail shareholders.
Okay, no.
Each FTD of Ape equals one AMC naked short. So the
No,
question
that is absolutely not true. But let's
that
keep
no one's
going.
been able to answer. We've tried through log the float and various other methods. We've tried to
because that's all nonsensical.
answer how many shares exist. Well,
hey Antoinette, how you doing?
the FTDs on Ape are going to tell you how many shares should not exist of AMC. So the reason this works is because every shareholder of AMC is entitled to one share.
That's
AMC
correct. That is correct.
Is only issuing one share of Ape per AMC share outstanding. Every Ape share
that's also correct.
Not received indicates a naked short against AMC was sold.
That's but that's a logical leap there. So if you bought a share that was sold from a short seller, the short seller has to provide the dividend, like we said here with our half-assed trey whiteboard. So if you're holding a share that was lent, you're entitled to the dividend, and that will be paid by the short seller. Or in this case, they'll have to buy that preferred stock. The short seller is not entitled to a dividend. In fact, they're short the dividend. That's why they have to pay it to the first shareholder. And then the person who bought the share from the short seller, they're entitled to a dividend. That's the one that will be paid by AMC. So AMC is only issuing 516 million of these things. Anything else will be covered by the short seller who borrowed the share.
Example, if there are 1 billion FTDs for Ape on August 22nd, that means there are 1 billion synthetic shares on AMC.
No. Just no.
AMC. Thank you, Adam. Aaron, this is actually a genius move, okay? And now, also, the FTDs are
these guys are creative. I'll give them that.
Typically not reported till a month later, so you would see those FTDs. I believe
that's also true. That's also true. You won't see it that day.
September,
which means that even if you do see a spike on it, it'll jump down like it always does because they cover these things almost instantaneously.
The end of September. Maybe the beginning of October. I'm trying to remember. I feel like I have a source that shows FTDs sooner than that. But
nope.
But in any case,
no, you don't, because they're not released from the SEC. It's literally the only source for them.
I think it could cause some problems way before the FTDs even come out. So yeah, great thread by True Demon, and it should be a great week. I'll see you guys for tomorrow's update.
It should be a great week. Famous last words. Famous last words. All right. Well, while we wait, what's going on here? So the dollar is up and staying up. Of course, that could change. Other than that, it's fairly flat, okay, so far. Okay, Model 3 Dude was mentioning Trey's video from yesterday, so I guess we'll take a look at it. I guess. Not the no shirt video. I'm guessing it's this one here. God, I hope it's not the no shirt video. He said it was from yesterday. This is yesterday. We're going to go with this one. Oh, shit. Muted. What the fuck is he doing?
Comparing Harambe's last words were Tommy sucked. Now I went to St. John's University, and our rivals were St. John's with St. Thomas. Great Division III football, but nonetheless, I'm going to be answering the most asked questions regarding Ape. I read over the filings. I tried to make the most sense of what's really going on. Is there is a lot of questions and a lot of what many would label as FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt sort of flying around. Now, while I think that word is drastically overused, there is certainly some questions and uncertainty when it comes to what Ape actually is, because it's confusing. This is a new concept and something that many are not familiar with, including myself until just recently. And I wanted to go over some of the
but now he's an expert,
questions so we can sort of digest everything going on here. So what I've done is I put together a sort of a list. Of course, you guys always know I'm not a financial advisor, not financial advice. Please take what we say with a grain of salt. I put together a list of the most asked questions, and I'm going to be going over what the answers to these are.
That's a tray That's a tray whiteboard. I just, you know, that's as good as I could do.
My ability. So number one is, do AMC executives have more voting rights than retail shareholders? I was asked this yesterday when I was live on Twitch. I was playing marbles at twitch.tv/antijuicer. There's a link in the description box down below if you'd like to check it out. And somebody asked me on a call-in, they said, Trey, will AMC executives be able to sort of override what shareholders would like to see happen in the near future? To which you can actually look at the exact filing itself and read over this following line, which would quickly answer that question as no. The company has applied to list its AMC preferred equity units, which is the APEs, on the New York Stock Exchange under the symbol APE starting August 22nd, 2022, and each AMC preferred equity unit, or APE, is designed to have the same economic and voting rights as one share of common stock. Meaning, if an executive owns the same amount of shares as you do, they're going to have the same overall voting rights as you do. There seems to be no reason to believe that these guys will be able to override any vote that takes place from retail shareholders. So let that be known first and foremost.
Let's also extend that to institutional owners. Okay? Institutions, if they own it, they also get it. Just keep that in mind. Nobody has mentioned that I've seen. Maybe one of you guys have seen somebody mention it, but I haven't seen it. Just something to keep in mind.
Number two, will Ape get diluted? The answer is most likely. Now, Adam Aron has been very public about the fact that his end goal and his sort of thesis here is that it's a way for AMC to creatively raise capital, improve their balance sheets, stack the books, pay off some debt, and most importantly, scare off some
smoke and mirrors, fool the apes.
Shorts. Now, I'm not a fan of dilution. I've made this very public in the past, and I'll stay firm in this, that I'm not a big fan of dilution. But what's good about sort of what Adam Aron has done here, and what he's trying to accomplish is
that a new cat? That's not the same cat, is it?
Creative in the way that he's done here. And I'm not a big fan of dilution. But what's good about sort of what Adam Aron has
that's a different, I feel like that's a different cat. I don't know.
Done here. And what he's trying to accomplish is he's being very creative in the way that he is raising capital without sort of screwing over retail investors that saved the company. Because if you think about it like this, what is happening with Ape, and what we're going to talk about as we continue on, is Ape is deriving value directly from AMC. When you think of the fact that you are getting issued a dividend of sorts, what this is not value that's being created out of thin air, right? The money has to come from somewhere. So either A, it's coming from their balance sheets, their cash, which they're sitting on a lot of, or number two, it is coming from the stock. And you can sort of read over what Dave Lauer has said regarding the subject matter. As such, a clarification, Ape as a security will have value. That value isn't being created. It's being distributed from the value of the existing AMC shares. On the X dividend date, the AMC price will drop by whatever the Ape price is. Dividends don't create value. They distribute it. And the most important piece of sort of this distribution of value is the DRS, or computer share aspect of it, which we will discuss as we continue on as well.
Of course.
Number three.
Because it worked so well for GameStop.
Is Ape actually going to be worth a penny? The simple answer is no. As Dave Lauer sort of went over here, the best sort of example that you can think of regarding Ape is a 2-to-1 split. If you were to stock split something, right, it was previously worth $10. You do a 2-to-1, you double up shares. Instead of $10, you would have 2 times the shares at $5, right? Meaning that, let's just hypothesize that Ape, at a bare minimum, it has to list on the New York Stock Exchange at $4, comes out at $4. What you would likely see happen is AMC's stock price price would reflect that overall difference. Being that you need to see at least $4 for a stock to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange, you probably will have to see at least $4. That doesn't mean that after it's listed, it won't go down, it won't go up, but that's at least what it needs to start at. So when people say that it's going to be worth a penny, it just doesn't make sense. I don't see any.
Right. And as it trades up or down, the inverse will happen in AMC because you got one company, it's one valuation split between two tickers. Instead of having one ticker with 1 billion shares, now you have two tickers, each with 500 million shares. So yeah, we got it.
Any world where that is going to be sort of the scenario. Number 4.
You know, I had a feeling. That was the case, Model 3 dude. Oh my God. I can't believe you did that to me. Actually, I can. But, you know, hey, you know me. I got an open mind. we're just gonna check it out. But I was about to ask you, I was like, are you sure that this has got good one. Nicely done. Well played.
Is Ape worth selling to invest in AMC? This is really, really crucial and really, really important. So if you think about this, the biggest benefit of Ape is the fact that, as I've mentioned in previous videos, Ape is matched by computer share. It is going through the depository computer share, which is DRS, direct registering shares. Now, if you're not familiar with this, it is a guaranteed way to know that you are certified an owner of that share, right? And this isn't something you're guaranteed with Robinhood, with Webull, with Thinkorswim, with Fidelity, whatever. You are not guaranteed to know that you are the owner of the share. Think of it essentially as
we're just gonna roll with it, baby.
The owner of a car, right? You get to have that car.
I have no clue, Chuck.
Like to have it, but
I have no clue, Chuck. But you are right. It is painful. It has been especially painful lately. It's unbearable, insufferable. He's such a scoundrel. But, you know, we're just going to roll with it, baby.
the actual ownership still belongs to the dealership, right? You simply are just holding on to that share or that car in the meantime. Well, with computer share, that's not the case, right? You actually own that share and it is certified as such, and there is value to that. And what is that value is supply and demand. See, every single share of Ape that will exist will be in the hands of an AMC shareholder. Doesn't mean it's all retail, but it could be retail, it could be institutions, it could be executives. And what you're going to find when it IPOs is that true supply and demand, whatever buying pressure, whatever selling pressure exists, is going to be very organic. It is going to be very legitimate. And this should give you a great idea.
It's not an IPO. Okay. It's not an IPO. It's being listed, but it's not an IPO.
Of what should be taking place with AMC. There will be no ifs, no ands, no buts, because every share of Ape, since it matches AMC, being direct registered, tells you what true supply and demand should look like, number one. And number two, there's the opportunity.
What does the direct register have to do with anything here? I don't get how that fits in with what he's saying or what's happening. Like, not every share is direct registered. That's unclear.
The guarantee, the opportunity that any shares that shouldn't exist will be exposed as such. That's a big deal.
No, nobody. It's crazy. Nobody has mentioned that any shares sold by short sellers that create a long position, right? They're entitled to the dividend. They will get the dividend that's paid, or the share that's issued by AMC. But the lender of the share also is entitled to the dividend, but their dividend or their share dividend will be provided by the short seller, because essentially they will be short the dividend. So maybe he'll say that, maybe he'll mention it, but you know, the apes consider this shareholder number 2. I think they think that this is a synthetic share. It's not. They're entitled to the dividend paid by AMC, and the original lender of the share is entitled to the dividend that will be paid by the short seller. So it will be one of the 516 million will go here, another of the 516 million will go here, but the short seller will be responsible for buying it. So we'll see what he says.
deal. All right. So while I can't tell you not to sell or not to buy Ape, right, what I will tell you is that I think there's a lot of value here. And I think that the chess move that Adam Aron is sort of referencing here is the opportunity to witness that, to compare pattern, to compare trend, to compare history of Ape to AMC and how things have traded in the past. I think that's very valuable. Number 5, can Ape be converted to AMC, i.e. dilute AMC? And this is what I found from the filing, and we're going to read this off as such, and you guys can make of this what you will. If the common stock amendment is adopted by shareholders, each AMC preferred equity unit will convert into 1 share of common stock, and such common stock will be distributed upon conversion to holders of AMC preferred equity units on a 1-to-1 basis. 1 share of common stock for each AMC preferred equity unit held. I want to read this part one more time just so you guys can see this. If the common stock amendment is adopted by shareholders, meaning they need your approval for this, right? Each AMC preferred equity unit will convert into 1 share of common stock, and such common stock will be distributed upon conversion to holders of AMC preferred equity units. So anything that does take place, all right, either A, this is purposely being sort of buried somewhere, or number 2, B, you will need permission from shareholders to make anything like that happen. And I want to really sort of dive into trust. And this dives into really the second big thing, which is, can AMC bypass shareholder votes to dilute Ape? I want to discuss sort of history and trend. Now,
that's not diluting Ape then. That would be diluting AMC. That would be basically doubling the float if that happened. So, I mean, it's not diluting Ape, it's diluting AMC. It would double the float.
There are a lot of people that have had mixed opinions about Adam Aron and what they think of the guy. And I've been in a boat where I've approved of some things he's done and disapproved of things that he's done. But one thing that we cannot debate is trust, right? Now, Adam Aron and AMC are in a very unique situation.
You can't debate trust.
Basically any other company that really exists. It is a situation in which retail holders own the entirety of their stock. It's owned 80%.
Wrong. That is 100% wrong. Nope. Not true. I'm seeing right here. Vanguard owns 47 million. BlackRock owns 43 million. State Street owns 13 million. Now, granted, it says first quarter. But, you know, we'll get the second quarter filings here soon. What the fuck, Trey? No. You're running on narrative here.
In which retail holders own the entirety of their stock. It's owned 80 to 90% of the entire thing is owned by just regular everyday freaking apes like you and me, right? And that is a unique.
How many shares do you own, Trey? How many shares do you actually own?
Place to be in, because if you fuck up and if you betray the trust of the people who own your company, guess what? You just get Thanos snapped into disexistence. People will very quickly turn their cold shoulder to you if you decide to make a improper decision as such.
That's why he has to spin it. That's why the smoke and mirrors are employed. Okay? And he's fallen for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Now, that is why I believe this. There's really only 2 options here. Can Ape be converted to AMC, and can AMC bypass shareholder votes to dilute Ape? Right? When you consider this, I do think the end state goal for Adam Aron is to be able to raise capital through Ape, but I don't think he's going to try and pull a sly one on people. I think he's going to be very public. He's going to be very, he's going to announce whatever wants to take place here with Ape, so that you guys are fully aware of whatever happens and you can make the best informed decision for yourself on whether to buy or to sell Ape or to buy or to sell AMC. That is the most important thing here, is transparency with the company, that they're going to be very direct. They're not going to try and skirt you. They're not going to try and trick you. They're going to just be public about what's taking place here, because we know that Adam Aron's end state here is to raise capital, to stack the books, to make some money, to scare off short sellers for the company. Which brings me to question number 7. What will Ape trade at? Supply and demand obviously is the easy answer, and $4 at least is the New York Stock Exchange sort of guideline. You have to at least have $4 per share, and as Dave Lauer has mentioned, I'm going to repeat this again, that value will be coming from AMC itself, which is likely why Adam Aron has referenced that you can expect stock price to go down once it IPOs. Question number 8, and once again, I'm just going through the top 10 asked questions I've seen. Where is AMC coming up with money for Ape, the value of AMC? Not much else to say from this, right? You can't make money come out of thin air, so it's either coming from their books or it's coming from the stock itself. Number 9, why even bother making Ape? And this is probably the most important piece of it that just keeps getting glossed over, and that is DRS while also raising capital without fucking shareholders. And this is, I don't mean without shareholders, I mean without fucking shareholders, screwing them over, right? Very big difference, but nonetheless, the real big value of this is if they dilute Ape, essentially what you're doing is diluting half the market cap of a stock versus the entire market cap, right? Now, I'm sure that there's a world in which both sort of securities would reflect the movements of each other, but if you're raising capital on essentially what would be a portion of AMC stock versus the entire thing, that is going to paint a completely different picture, and people are going to view that an entirely different way as it's a separate overall security, right? Nobody likes dilution. I don't like dilution. You don't like dilution. Most people don't like dilution. In the short term, you see a pop or a flush followed by a huge pop followed by a long-term fade, and the valuation of a stock will go up, but typically the price will not go up as high in the long scheme of things, right? But it does overall help out the company itself, and that is important to discuss. Number 10, is diluting Ape any better than diluting AMC? And this is basically what I just talked about. Consider it to be essentially half price dilution. It is, if you are splitting the value of AMC stock into Ape as well as AMC, and alongside sort of splitting that, you do have the direct registering shares, which is if there are 516 million shares of Ape and there's 516 million shares of AMC, you'll have a pretty good idea of what's actually taking place with one or the other. I consider it to be essentially like a discounted capital raising opportunity, right? You're raising money on not the entirety of your shareholder base, rather than just AMC, it would be Ape itself. So here's the best case scenario. This is what my hopes are, but this would sort of be a longer timeline, and I want to be very public and very vocal about that. Is I think what Adam Aron is thinking right now is not taking into consideration squeezing the stock. I know a lot of people want that. I know a lot of people want Adam Aron, the CEO, the executives, to really be thinking about what shareholders want. And while they're doing their best to do exactly that, they cannot squeeze a stock. That's just not in the realm of legalities. What they can do is try and expose any shareholders or shorts or market makers that are playing sort of malicious games with the stock, but they can't squeeze it itself. So this is what I think they're trying to do, is raise capital with Ape, pay off debt / grow, discover true supply and demand. And this is really sort of feeding into what a lot of us have been looking for a very long time. And then number 4, I hope, is to buy back Ape / AMC shares. But the truth of the matter is, I think this is a 3 to 5 year road in total. It's not the road that's paved to squeeze the stock. It's the road that's paved to get short sellers to be disinterested in shorting a stock like AMC at a price of $20, $15, $25, $30, $35, $40, whatever it is. They're trying to fundamentally improve the stock to the point in which it does not make sense to short, and there will be just value investors, value buyers that become very attracted to the company itself in the long term and in the long scheme of things. That's a long road. A lot of people aren't going to like hearing that. I understand that. But that's their job. That's AMC's job. That's Adam Aron's job. That's the executive's job, is to find a way to fundamentally improve the company and to provide value, intrinsic value for the stock so they can continue to make their shareholders money. The biggest question that I've seen, I saved the best for last. Will this make AMC squeeze? And my direct question that I've seen, I saved the best for last. Will this make AMC squeeze? And my direct answer is no. I don't think directly this will make it squeeze. In fact, as Adam Aron has stated, you are likely to see the price go down after the dividend has been issued. He's said that very vocally, so expect that, right? Expect the share price of AMC to go down after the dividend date.
So again, maybe a good time to short AMC. Basically saying the price is going to go down.
However, scaring shorts and attracting new buyers is certainly an opportunity here where you can gain momentum and push price upwards, give some upward momentum considering everything that's been going on. So in the terms of scaring short sellers, maybe
new uninformed buyers who think that, you know, that this is actually anything.
Converting some of these guys into new buyers, long-term buyers, right? Not just short sellers that have covered, but short sellers that have covered and then bought stock to flip the other direction. This is a possibility. It improves chances. I personally am of that belief, and I think there is going to be hype. I view this a lot as sort of like a SPAC, a special purpose acquisition company. When
oh my God, like a SPAC. And Chuck, yeah, you're right. I mean, he definitely taking too much something. That's what happens when you make $1 million trading AMC options. You know, you can get all the Adderall you want.
They're approaching their merger date. You see a lot of hype coming into that merger date where price goes up, price goes up, price goes up. The merger happens. You get a little bit of a flush the day that it comes out, and then you discover true supply and demand of the company, therefore after. That seems like the most likely scenario to me. There's hype that's built up, built up, built up, built up. Date comes, price goes down, and then after that, it's up to the market to determine which way.
Like there won't be shorts in the market, you know, mitigating the irrational rise of the price. Like true supply and demand, I mean, that includes short selling. You're talking about true supply and demand, that is including short selling. So I don't know where he got that from, or why he thinks that this will be any different. It seems like very much a stretch to me.
Way things go, either up or down. Now, I'm the most excited about in the short term, if you want my short term sort of analysis, DRS, direct registering shares, computer share, the opportunity to see true supply and demand, and the opportunity to see whether or not there are shares that are circulating that should not be there in the first place. There's value to this. I'm happy about this. There are things that people, I think, won't be a fan of in the short term. I think it's stuff that people will be a fan of in the long term. And
well, I think we know the answer to that, Model 3 dude. I mean, based on what he's saying here.
No BS, straight to the point. Hopefully that makes some sense, and hopefully that answers some of your questions. So I tried to sort of scour through Twitter, scour through YouTube comments, scour through Reddit. If you found this valuable, please let me know. I would appreciate that. And until the next one, I appreciate you as always. Much love, Late Taps, and peace.
Wow. So useful, Model 3 dude. I'm glad that we watched that. That was very useful information. CSI, Lou versus Wall Street. Okay. All right. Okay. We can do that. But before we do that, let's go over here. See what this crazy market is doing while I queue that up. And let's see. So it's a common sense investor video about Lou versus Wall Street. So it looks like things are basically flat, drifting down a little bit. Volatility's up a little bit. Energy is down a little bit. Lou versus Wall Street and Al from Boston is lying to you. It must be that one, right? Right there. Okay. Sweet. Now, it's interesting because we've been saying this too. Lou is more palatable. Al from Boston is not. I haven't seen any videos from him lately either. I'm sure he's put them out. I haven't seen him in the search results. We'll have to search for him. Okay, do I need to go? I guess I need to go high quality. This is bullshit. Okay. Little buffer. Here we go.
What's up, everybody? It's the Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video. And I was really confused when I seen Lou's video. I was like, the fuck is he talking about? Preferred shares, common shares, penny over here, ape over there. Let me tell you something, people. I want you to listen.
I think we're going to go
particularly to what this man is telling you.
We're going to do like CSI and go fast.
I have been wrong in the past. Everybody's wrong at some point. But I've never purposely tried to deceive you. And that's what this asshole's doing. And that's what this asshole's doing.
He's saying, yeah, everybody's wrong. I've been wrong, but I didn't mean to be wrong. I was just ignorant. Well, that's called discernment. That's called knowing what you know and what you don't know. And if you don't know enough, you shouldn't be putting out information. Now, I agree. Lou versus Wall Street now from Boston, they are intentionally defrauding people. They are intentionally spreading misinformation. CSI, he might just be an idiot. He might just not know what he's talking about. He's, hopium dealer, whatever. But, now he's calling out other people as if he's seen the light He's had his road to Emmaus moment. He's come to Jesus moment. But let's go on, because anybody calling out Lou or Al that's going to make me take a little bit of notice at least anyway. But but there is a difference between negligence and fraud. However, and when it comes to giving financial advice, both of those things are not good. All right.
Both of them. They're working together, as you should already have figured out, to release the pressure from the brokers. They both did it back in June when they were telling everybody, you got to leave the small brokers. And I told y'all, you were taking the pressure off of Apex. The clearinghouses were the key. Now, we're dealing with the Ape stock. And first, Lou says he don't want to have nothing to do with it. It's trash, and how dare them only give 1 cent, and all this other stupid shit, when he just was running his head to make a video and get some views. And what's fucked up about it is he has contaminated the minds that watched his video. 5,479, because I read through his bullshit. Do not come.
That's true. That's true. But all of these guys, though, have. All of these grifters have contaminated the minds of the people that consume their content. And that has been our primary gripe for over a year now, is that, this is bad advice. It's bad knowledge. It's not true. It's biased. It's not objective. And it's dangerous. So, for what it's worth, continuing.
Happened to me about this man again. Listen to what he says.
What's going on, my little motherfuckers? All right, listen. I'm about to head out and just spoke with Bill. He called up our broker, and our broker, he pressed him, got a supervisor, and explained everything. So Adam doesn't even have to answer for this, because we already got the answer. The way they split it up is this. If you have preferred AMC stocks, you get the shares. If you have common AMC stocks, you get the penny. So that's how they're playing this. So the idea is we get the penny, the street gets the ape share. That's straight directly from TD, the supervisor. So what you have to do is call up your broker, contact your broker, and go, hey,
no, that's not
am
right.
I getting the ape share? Do I have AMC common stock or AMC preferred stock? They're going to tell you have common stock. It's okay. We're good, because that vote won't come till after the 22nd. So we're good right now for our run. But please understand, I wasn't wrong about the goal of getting extra shares to dilute this motherfucker. And at the end of the day, the devil's in the detail. Preferred or common, penny or share. Now you understand.
He didn't stop there. He made another video, and I love the title of it. The Ape Share Mystery Solved. Man, we're so happy that you solved this for us. I got something special at the end of this video, though, for you, asshole. You and Al Boston from Boston. 6,109 minds contaminated by this video.
Yes.
What's going on, my little motherfuckers? All right, listen. I know it's fucking 11 o'clock. I've been up for a bit. Interesting bullshit happened within the last hour. All right, here's the deal. One of our family members contacted their broker trying to find out about the reason why he got 1 penny instead of an ape share.
Stop. And if you have to, rewind it a couple seconds and listen to him again. His friend, Bill, called his broker, TD Ameritrade, maybe Fidelity, he's not sure. But I know one, I know who it is. It's TD Ameritrade. I talk about it at the end of the video. But he said his friend called his broker and asked why he got the cash dividend instead of the share, implying that he's already got his AMC special dividend. Now, with that, I cut him a little slack, and I said, well, when I'm speaking, sometimes I say the wrong tense. He says that he got this when he means he's worried that that's what he's going to get. But as the video goes on, he says it again. Watch.
The broker said, no, you were never supposed to get 1 ape share. You're supposed to just get the cash dividend. The broker is telling that family member, that AMC shareholder, He's not getting an Ape share. He's just getting the cash equivalent because that's what the broker said. That's the instructions. So what I put out there was to Adam, he needs to clarify, no, AMC shareholders are getting the Ape share, not the cash equivalent.
Stop. Camera time. Adam Aron doesn't have to explain shit. If he would have taken a look at the press release, just the press release, never mind the documents that followed it, the very first sentence says, AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated announced today that it has declared a special dividend of 1 AMC preferred equity unit for each share of AMC Class A common stock, par value 1 cent for the common stock, outstanding at the close of business on August 15th. If you have a share of Class A common stock, and if you need to know whether that's what you got or not, don't worry about it. That's what we have. The common stock, the Class A common stock. In other words, we have voting rights with AMC share. All right. He got his information not from his friend Bill, but from his friend Al from Boston. Listen, I mean, and Al from Boston makes a video called TD Ameritrade and why you should leave. I'm gonna get to that in a minute. But then Al from Boston gets his information from some dickhead on Twitter named Phoenix Rising. And Phoenix Rising says, we were just told by TD, unless we are holding preferred, we are getting the penny, not the share. Just hung up for the third time. 3 different reps, they said. Because you have common, you will get the penny, not the share. Now that comes from fucking Twitter, people. From somebody who has absolutely nothing. No proof that this man actually called TD Ameritrade.
Right.
But
no proof.
I did. I got with TD Ameritrade. But before I show you what they told me, let's hear what Al from Boston had to say.
Oh, boy.
You got approximately a couple of days. What is it, 22nd, he said? You got 2 weeks to change your brokerage out. 2 weeks to get to a right broker.
Christ.
Get your preferred stock, right? And then stay there for the MOAS. It's that simple, you guys. Right? It's that simple.
How are you going to get your
Bill here saying that TD just told them they're getting the penny and not the share. TD Ameritrade, another fucking company that has fucked around, and now they're about to get they're about to find out. If you are an AMC customer or AMC shareholder and you are using TD, hey, guess what? This is about to happen to you. So
what?
You know, hey, there it is.
Wow. What an idiot. All right, I should slow it down, maybe.
Hello, thank you for calling TD Ameritrade. My name is Shelby Black. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
Bubby Gunner.
I don't catch a free thing.
Yes, I own shares of AMC in your company, and I'm curious, what are y'all going to do on the 22nd? Do I get the Ape share, or do I get the dividend of 1 cent?
Okay, sir. So, for right now, the news that we have on that so far is for each share of common stock, you get 1 share of preferred stock, as long as you hold the stock through the ex-dividend date.
Okay, do I hold a common share?
Yes, sir, you do.
I'm just wanting to clarify, because I'm recording this for my YouTube channel, just to let you know that you have verified that the shares of AMC in my account in TD Ameritrade I will get the same amount of Ape share when the time is allotted, which is the 22nd, right?
Yes, sir, that is the news that we have so far.
Okay, well, thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes, sir, my pleasure, and thank you again for reaching out. You go ahead and enjoy the rest of your day.
Have a blessed day. Now, that information that I'm giving you did not come from YouTube. It didn't come from Al from Boston, and it damn sure didn't come from Lou. Okay? She said, and you heard, I hold common stock shares with their company. And on the 22nd, I will.
Maybe he didn't call TD Ameritrade. Maybe he just called one of his friends, and they pretended like it was. No, I'm just joking.
Get my Ape stock. You heard her. So, I go back to the definition of FUD. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. When these men put their videos out, their purpose was to cause fear in the community. Number one, you're not sure whether you can trust TD Ameritrade or not. All right. And you doubt whether you have the right shares that you need to get your Ape share. The Ape share is going to be important, people. The Ape share takes us to the promised land. That's why these two are putting out negative videos on it. All right, and let me explain one more thing, and then I'll let you go. Apex Clearing is the clearinghouse for TD Ameritrade, and for Webull, and for Public, and for a couple of other places. When the GME split happened, they halted our stock, all right, in GME. Why? Because they were busy trying to cover what they needed, all right? They had days to prepare and get the shares allotted to who they wanted, but they didn't do it, and they were trying their best to get it done. So they halted the stock. Will it happen again? Yes, it's going to happen again. But it's triggers when the stock goes up
now,
too fast or down too fast.
This information has been superseded by his newest video, where he calls the whole thing bullshit. So I think we can stop there, right, Model 3 dude? I mean, we've gotten through the juicy part, right? So, interesting, yeah. So even the common sense investor now knows that Al and Lou are full of shit. Oh boy. Let's see here. Okay, good. Got through it. All right. Manny said this was a good one. Morant's rants stream, but obviously we can't do that. Colin Gladman. Who's this? Is everyone blind? Forced short squeeze. Lottery stocks. Oh, my favorite. Sorry, Antoinette, but this appears to be terrible. Oh, is he really sponsored by Moo? Well, I guess he just has a promotional code. Okay. Well,
do you believe there are naked shorts or naked short selling occurring in the ticker symbol AMC? Okay, AMC Entertainment Holdings.
No, it's not a matter of believing. It's not a matter of belief, but
if
okay.
you guys do believe there are naked shorts behind the picture, I want you to stick around for this video. And if not, also stick around for this video, because I do think some things as of concern coming into next week, you'll be interested.
Okay. Here. Well, we can go better than 480. God damn, 50 frames per second? Didn't even know that you could do 50 frames per second. All right.
Without further ado, guys, my name is Lottery Stocks. Please consider smashing a like, hitting that subscribe button, joining the fam, and dropping a comment down below. Let's get into the video.
Yeah, I know he's a good guy. He might be a good guy, but you know, good people are misinformed too.
All right, everybody has AMC is issuing, right? That Aron is issuing. It derives from AMC. You're going to get a one-to-one, yada, yada, yada. We know the whole thing, but will it cause the MOAS? Will it trigger the squeeze? And why will it do so? We all know that this will be using computer share. This will be legit. So anybody who owns AMC will get one share of Ape. And if you don't get that one share of Ape, it's going to be a problem with the broker. It's going to be a problem with
So it all hinges on if you don't get it.
Has synthetic shares.
Nobody has mentioned that short sellers are responsible for buying the dividend share and providing it to the lenders. Not one person so far has mentioned that.
Have naked shorted the company in general.
The only thing that they jump to is naked shorting, and if you don't receive it, and blah, 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 blah. Same narrative.
Potentially forcing them to deliver these shares. Now, a T+30 or a T+35 failure to deliver system is pretty interesting. Okay, so we ran up on August 5th. August 5th of 2022, AMC ran about 20%, closed up the day 18.86%. Now, do you guys remember on the 28th of June when 10 million delivers stacked up on a singular day right before this move up? I do think, personally, right now, they just slowly cleared out and got out of these.
Well, that's not what the data that you're looking at says.
And if not,
that's not what the data that you are looking at indicates at all. You know what? It's not even worth it. It's not even worth it. I'd rather listen to Andrew No Money. CSI took down today's video that said all that was BS. Yeah, they do stay on message no matter what. But I mean, like, don't even take the time to learn how FTDs, how the data is reported, what it means. Just look at T plus 35. Oh, it must have been because of this. Give me a fucking break. Any idiot can be an AMC grifter. It's the truth.
So AMC crushed it with 20% up, and now people like Charles Payne and the S3 managing director are now talking about it. But what exactly does this have to do with why AMC went up and why margin calls are likely going to be happening? Because we're not only taking a look at data as early as 1937, but we are going to understand why this is now probably the most tumultuous time in the market for margin calls and why we are going to start right now. So what exactly is up, guys? My name is Andrew. That is Professor Meatball.
What exactly
and we're
is
looking
up?
At the bear market already in progress. But what exactly is a bear market? How exactly can you avoid getting hurt
my
in it?
God.
And why exactly is that like button the most important thing to demolish on your way in? And watch until the end.
You want me to
Comments
demolish
like
the
you
like
guys are all the
button?
way up to
I can do that.
1200 and let's get
I can
to
do
it.
that.
The bear market of 2022 has eerily similar characteristics of bear markets in the past. The 2022 bear market looks very similar to 1937, 2000, and 2008. If the bear markets are similar, the 2022 version is nearing the most dangerous phase. But first, let's start with 1937. After rallying from March 1935 to March 1937, the S&P 500 dropped sharply until the summer of 1937 by nearly 19%. That was when the index saw a solid summer rally, which lifted the S&P 500 more than 14% off its lows, peaking around August 20, 1937. Following that summer rally,
like button demolished.
The market fell sharply, nearly 70% between September 1937 and April.
Let's see. Antoinette says the shorts are covering because they don't want to buy the Ape Dividend. The Ape Dividend is money AMC is indirectly raising through another ticker. So I don't know. I don't think we can say why the shorts are covering. They're probably covering because they're making a profit. But if you look at Friday's data, you can see that 9 million shares were borrowed. So this return share data is going to indicate Wednesday, and we saw it all week. We saw return shares increasing, but also borrowed shares increasing. So I'm not sure if now the short sellers will have to buy the Ape Dividend and deliver it to the lenders of the shares, but essentially that's just going to because the Ape ticker is because AMC stock plus the Ape stock equals the valuation of AMC, it really will even out in the wash, right? So if the Ape ticker starts at $4, AMC stock will likely go to $18, assuming it's 22. And that would, so AMC, which they're short, will go down by $4, meaning they profited $4 more, right? They'll turn around and use that $4 to buy the Ape ticker, which is $4, and they will deliver it to the lender. So it doesn't hurt them. It does not put pressure on the shorts. That's the point. That's my point with this whole thing. That's why I went through this here, and I could have done a better job and actually included the numbers and given an example, but then it would have been like, chicken scratch at Trey or whoever, AMC Bigham's video whiteboards. But just generally speaking, that's the thing about short selling. The economics balances out. So I don't know why the shorts covered, probably because they were taking profit. Why did they borrow? Why were more shares borrowed? Probably because they knew that it would go down. That's my best guess on that. But the other part here, AMC is raising money. AMC is money. The Ape Dividend is money AMC is indirectly raising through another ticker. That appears to be correct. So again, it's one company. AMC is one company. You could issue 500 million more shares on the regular stock ticker, and then you'd have 1 billion shares. What they've done instead is created a second ticker. That's pretty much it. So yeah, it's a way to raise money. And like we've been saying here, smoke and mirrors. Oh, it's a special dividend. You're getting something. Right. But at the end of the day, it's about raising money for the company. So I don't see how, it really will, but we'll see, I guess. Okay. Hopefully that helps.
April 1938, using a 31,000-day offset to overlay
Okay.
this.
I don't need to hear about 1937. Come on.
If the rest of their market 1998 decline.
Like he's so smart and creative. He has to start talking about 1937. Set up the context from 1937. Let's look at bear markets over the time. Like Lynn said, come back with me to the beginning of time. But is this stroll down memory lane also lit by gas lights? That's the question. Just talk about now, dude. Come on. Seriously.
We're going to make sure that
here we go.
Not going to be able to survive.
All right, here we go.
So let's take a look at what Charles Payne is saying. We're going to make sure that we watch him from the beginning.
Grifters, one grifter from one grifter to another.
Because he is going to talk about the AMC preferred shares, the AMC preferred Ape stock. And now we're going to be able to pay attention to why exactly is that so important. Hold on a second.
Yeah, he's...
Take a look right now.
As Manny would say, Mr. Low Energy 6.
And boom. Hold on. We're going to take a look right. If you guys haven't yet hit that subscribe button, it's a pretty good time to do it.
Do I need to demolish that one too?
It'll be pretty much worth your day. Let's take a look. 1, 2. I'm going to make the audio come from somewhere else. 3.
Robinhood took away my like button. Robinhood took away my like button. It's crime.
We know, and short sell as well. Let's just say they were really
okay. Also, he's playing on this whole Asian smart thing. He's playing on this whole I'm a data scientist. I'm Asian. I'm smart. I'm good with numbers. Literally heard him say that before. Oh, I'm Asian, so I'm good with numbers. Okay, but you can't figure out how to route the audio through your computer. You're playing it on your laptop's speakers. And it's coming through the mic, and it's that now I have to turn up my channel, on the mixer, so that we can actually hear this nonsense, brain dead shit that Charles Payne is spewing. So,
sorry, it's been a down.
I thought you were good with tech too.
I'll make the audio come from somewhere else. 3.
Sorry, it's been a down year, and we know, and short sell as well. Let's just say they were really laying it on thick in the second quarter of the year. But then something really interesting happened in June.
What, they started covering?
The market began to rebound. And, it was a great July for
the market began to rebound. This is why this financial media is nonsense.
It was a monster July for shorted names. The most shorted names have outperformed big time. And I think...
Oh, why don't you pull up short interest chart and we'll look at that.
Maybe this could be the start of a major sea shift. Listen, it's been an epic battle for the last several years between its shorts and mostly retail investors. Joining me now is the Managing Director of Predictive Analytics at S3 Partners, Igor Dusaninsky. And Igor, all week long, I did segments on this week. And one name that kept coming up was Bed Bath to me on the next big short squeeze, up 25% today. A lot of these heavily shorted names are up huge. And we see this happen a lot. Beyond Meat, for instance. They seem to take on, these periods seem to take on a life of their own. Listen, I'm looking at Groupon, I'm looking at Big Lots, Intercept Pharmaceuticals, these kind of names. How does that happen, though? Is this also, this can't all be retail, right? When this starts to happen,
oh my God,
do you see speculative hedge funds and others getting involved?
Absolutely. When you look at the volumes that we see on the short side of the market, it's nowhere near what a retail investor or retail investors can do. When you've got $14 billion of shorts in Apple, $17 billion of shorts in Tesla, this is not a retail trade. This is an institutional trade.
The battle between...
But that's not really what he asked. He was asking about... Anyway.
In many ways, it reminds me of the Battle of Troy, right? Epic shifts,
oh my God,
massive losses, the determination on both sides. And of course,
it's just like the Battle of fucking Troy.
The old saying, right? One of the first things I heard on Wall Street was that shorts go out on their shields. Why is it so intense?
The short side is really important to the market. It provides liquidity. It provides a hedge to your long book. And remember, hedge funds are levered big time. So we're not talking about a small amount of short sales. They're shorting anywhere from 30 to 60% of their NAV And there's a lot of activity there in order to buy some protection for your long side of your book. So they're going in and out of names on a monthly basis.
So there's a lot of discussion about how some of these shorts are put on. How you can be short over 100% of the float, those kind of things. Yeah. And they're
when has that happened recently? When has that happened recently? Jesus Christ. Fuck.
People, and I happen to be in this camp that think there are ways of gaming the system, right? And it feels like one of the problems is that there are ways you can get trades never settling. They never settle, and somehow that's how you can create these synthetic short positions. I bring that up because AMC issuing a special dividend, if you will, an Ape share, convertible into common stock. And one of the goals, I think, is to somehow flush out these synthetic shorts. Can that work?
Yeah, the fucking dog doesn't give a fuck.
All right, there's a little bit of misnomer of what I consider a synthetic short. Every time someone shorts a share, you're actually creating a long stock. You've got the guy that lent stock to the short seller. The short seller sells it, and there's a buyer of that stock. So you've got two longs for every short sale. And that's how you get
correct
over 100% short interest percentage of float when you use traditional calculation. We actually created S3 short interest percentage of float, which takes that into account. So you've got the numbers that are always below 100%. So the idea that there's all these synthetic shares floating around is not quite, where people think it is.
Exactly. That's exactly what we've been saying. That's exactly what I have tried to show on my whiteboard here. This share sold by a short seller, bought by a long position holder, is not a synthetic share. All right.
But this AMC trade is going to be interesting because it's going to create some extra liquidity in the market if and when Aron does want to issue more shares. But in the meantime, before this stock dividend or stock split comes out, there's going to be a little bit of turmoil in the market, and I think there's going to be a volatility and a lot of buy pressure for shorts getting out of the market before these stocks get issued.
Oh, okay. All right. So that might explain the sharp reversal today. Hey, I got less than a minute to go. What is your thoughts on regulators? Should they do
short covering
more? Bring back the uptick rule. Bring some opaqueness, to remove some of the opaqueness, the dark pools, those sort of things.
Could they, please?
I mean, that's what we do at S3. It's really trying to bring some color, some clarity to this opaque market. More data is good for the market. It's good for retail guys. It's good for institutional guys. And we really try to give more information to the market players, guys buying long, buying short. A long seller wants to know what's on the short side. A short guy wants to know what's going on in the short side. You don't want to be in a crowded short. You don't want to be in a stock that's got a squeeze possibility. So the more information you get, the better you are. And that's why we created a short crowded and short squeeze score in our blackout. It helps both sides of the market.
It really does. I really appreciate your work. It is fantastic. Eeyore, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I appreciate you, Charles Payne. Thank you for being part of this big deal.
He basically just disproved your whole fucking thesis. Ehor said basically that the synthetic share narrative is nonsense. That's what he said. In not so many words. He said there are two long positions for every short position. And that's the way it is. It's not a synthetic short position. It's not a synthetic share. But Andrew No Money here, is going to find a way to spin it and think, well, he doesn't even have any time left. So that's it? That's it? Really? You're just going to let it end there. Wow.
Part of making history. That's why I commend you guys for reaching this part of the video where I tell you that we're gonna do giveaways. So comment down below when you think my musical is gonna go up in October.
Your musical? Right away. We heard clips from your musical. It was fucking horrible.
Because I'm composing,
my God.
I'm a playwright, I'm creating in this space, and I'm someone who also just loves the stock. So if you guys think that that's a good way to be able to get involved
you love making
the
money
channel, then
grifting on the stock.
Please do get access to the six-figure portfolio by pressing that join button next to the...
All right, that's it. That's it for that. I'm done. I'm done with that one. Jesus Christ. Okay. Model 3 dude, you're 0 for 2. No, I'm just kidding. But he didn't even talk about Monday. Like, Monday will make or break millionaires. No, actually, you disproved the whole MOAS theory. That's what you just did. Okay. Let's see here. What else we got? Well, let's check the market. Pretty boring. Sideways. All right. Stimulate and trade. Bunch of apes will fall into this trap next week from this guy. God, look at all these new channels. Invest for tomorrow. All right. It's probably a mistake, but I'll do it.
We are back at it again here with another video with Invest for Tomorrow. To the first time viewers and investors, welcome to the channel. To all subscribers, welcome.
You gotta
back.
love.
I'll ask for returns for you guys to smash that like.
Gotta love when they're using Hikinashi candles. The pros use.
Here we are with AMC Entertainment Holdings having an explosive move to the upside, and it was not the only stock within the volatility trying to push up higher. The SPY tried to as well. Early on in the morning, our SPY bot sent out a
Yeah, you had short covering across the entire market. So what?
bull indicator.
These guys have no clue. They have no fucking clue whatsoever of what they're looking at. Holy shit.
9:40 a.m. and from that moment forward, call options went up 200% plus within minutes to an hour, guys. If you guys want to receive this clarity and edge of the charts, you can now gain access to it as well. The link is down below in the description to the 42 vision indicator, getting connected to our SPY bot, our QQQ bot, our newly released Tesla bot, and we have other bots.
Do you think he's making a history of the world reference? 42, meaning of life.
So that you can receive the clarity and edge that you deserve within the volatility of the markets to maximize on opportunities. So AMC, why is it going higher? Well, it all started since way down here when it found support. And when you zoom out, it has been trying to push itself up higher in the last several months. But in the last several weeks here and the beginning of August, it all started here consolidating, leading up to the earnings, and what came out that has made it go up. That's what we're going to break down in today's video. But before we break it all down,
why does it have to be something that came out?
The home run opportunity.
Why does it have to be something that came out? And who in the hell can sit there and say, "Oh, I know the reason why it made I know the reason that made it go up." And that's just you're on the level of Charles Payne and Jim Cramer and that. We know why the market went up. It was this piece of news. It's fundamental.
I mentioned this morning over at the Discord. We strive for opportunities like these every single day.
Oh my God.
Every single. So the home run of the day was spectacular and beyond. In the description to the and grow together. 10% plus, pulling downwards towards the bell when we do red with green borders, and our Discord, we strive for and a lot of explosive run up today. And there's a lot of things that add up to this moment and a lot of reasons why things are moving the way they are. I'm going to pull up the bull and bear indicators, which you can now gain access to as well.
Look at all these ads you can gain access to, all the shit that we're selling.
Link is down below in the description to the 42 vision indicator, getting
to
connected to
we
the
know
SPY
that.
Bot, our QQQ bot, our newly released Tesla bot, and we have other bots. Volatility of the markets to maximize an
This is fucking ridiculous.
Went from a bear indicator yesterday in the aftermarket hours, hit a dip area on 42 vision, which is why we're Fred borders.
Buy my indicators. All you have to do is wait until it turns green.
Into strength, into the rip area, followed by that extra layer of confirmation with that bull indicator, right? So when we hit these dip areas, they tend to be a point of watching. It could either be a consolidation like it was back here, or it could actually be a bottom before the next rip. This was consolidation. Things shifted back up, full strength here. And if you zoom out and you look at this from a bigger time frame, like if we go
Why don't you put the SPY on there? Let's compare it to the market.
For example, you could see that dip area
with your fucking Hikinashi candles
zone and full move up to this point, and zoomed in on the 15-minute where I circled to see the dips from the rips, which allow us to maximize within the volatility and the moves. But let's talk about what's really going on here on this chart and why things shifted from bear to bull after the earnings and why it's taking off. So the first thing is when you go back in time, right?
Here we go. We're going back in time again. How many times have we gone back in time today? This is at least the third or fourth time. We've gone back in time. Grab your gas lights, your gas lanterns. We're going back in time. Jesus
CEO,
Christ.
he teased of a big catalyst for the stock coming up, and he was actually interviewed, and he stated that when he was asked, when are we going to pounce? He used to get that question a lot. And he stated in his tweets, publicly stating that it was not going to happen before second quarter of 2022. Right. And
no, he said it was the earnings. Yeah. And there's the tweets. And then, oh, there it is.
Sideways, and it fell. And today, the hidden message, or at least basically the public message was, today we pounce. And he stated it here on his tweet multiple times. He actually teased about this, and he gave a thread of timelines over on Twitter as well, and at the interviews. And then we have if you look, time is happening. The whole word pounce. When are we gonna pounce? It is, in other words, of 517 million shares of preferred stock.
Never seen so many people get so excited for shares issued, right?
Are going to go under the ticker symbol APE, okay? This is a big deal. This is a big move for the apes, for AMC holders, and so forth. But stated something that stood out to me, right? And it states here, given the flexibility that the apes will give us, we likely will be able to raise money if we need or so choose, with immensely lessen any survival risk as we
if we need or so choose. If we need to raise money. Okay, right. Why would you need to do that? Why would they ever need to do that?
Ape ticker symbol is going to start off at value, right? So if it's less than AMC, it's not much. If it's around the same amount as AMC or more, it's going to be a dividend that a lot of people may not want to hold, because it's going to reflect or mirror, right, quote unquote, whatever value AMC is. So it's almost like doubling the total amount. Now,
of shares.
If AMC is not being diluted by this, like this does not count from AMC's total count of shares.
Doesn't matter.
Then it may be its own thing, and it's not going to have much an effect on AMC.
Oh, but give me a break, okay? I think we're pretty much done with this guy.
When we pounce, how he answered it, how he did that thread months back.
Okay, yeah, he's repeating himself over and over. Nonsense, just the same shit. Reading Adam Aron's tweets. Misunderstanding how it works. Yeah. Invest 42 tomorrow. Another failed new grifter. Now, where's Al from Boston today? That's what I want to know. Kick that off. My best DD. Jesus Christ. All right. Hasn't put anything out today. Tail between his legs? I don't know. No, he's too much of a narcissist for that.
Kick it off. Let's kick it off. Listen,
kick it off.
Aron's had a slurry of tweets this morning. Let's clear up some FUD, he says.
Adam Aron's.
What's up from Boston? Let's kick it off. Listen, Adam Aron's had a slurry of tweets this morning. Let's clear up some FUD, he says. Our new stock dividend.
He's going to read through all this shit.
To give you one AMC preferred equity unit, preferred stock that will trade on the New York Stock Exchange under the symbol 8. It's not a cash dividend of a penny. The penny part is where a lot of people got confused. That's just the nominal price, or what's called par value, right? The actual valuation of the price, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is a 50-50 split between the actual value of the stock. So it might be trading at $10. Who knows? I'm not really certain, though, because I haven't seen the actual legalese. But he goes on to say that about dilution.
But when he does see the legalese, he'll know, because he's in training to be a financial lawyer.
I'm trying to scare you that there is a bad dilution and a good dilution. It's adding liquidity. Gain from dilution is waste.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you hearing this, Lynn? Are you still here? Are you hearing this bullshit? The bad dilution, the good dilution.
So basically, he's inferring that if we buy Ape, that goes to company debt, right? It wouldn't be wasted on some asshole hedge fund. However, wise handling, it's good indeed. It's good indeed. For 2021 has been great for shareholders, blah, blah, blah. Income taxes, so you're not going to be taxed for it. Now,
see, I think CSI is wrong about one thing. Well, probably more than one thing, but Al and Lou do not have the same mess. They're not saying the same things. I don't think they're working together. I think they're independent grifters that are, they may be working for somebody else, but Lou has been consistently anti-Adam Aron, or popcorn, as he says. Al from Boston thinks Adam Aron's a genius and literally takes his tweets at face value. Continuing.
On Saturday morning, there's absolutely no dilution in the initial stock dividend payment of August 19th. That is because initially all these apes, the ape units go only to our current shareholder base. You own the same percentage of AMC before and after. It would only be dilution if and after we decide after the August 22nd that to wish more apes.
Well, I mean, Antoinette,
okay, I get that. That's reasonable.
Every man for himself, right? I don't know. I mean, I don't think they're in cahoots, but yeah, independent grifters. They play for their own team.
Okay, guys. Basically, we're gonna buy Ape. That's what
Scammers.
he's basically saying.
Yeah,
that's the way I inferred it, because that way we can get rid of more debt. Really smart, really reasonable, right? And we're adding on to our share count at the same time. Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. He wants to get down more debt.
In the hell is that any different from having 1 billion shares of AMC stock? How is it any different? I keep saying smoke and mirrors. Smoke and fucking mirrors. He's not getting at anything. I mean, he's saying, oh, it's good that they increase the flow. They'll be able to pay down their debt because they will. Because if the company decides to raise money, I mean, no, they're issuing shares. They smoke and mirrored it as a dividend to make the uninformed investors think that they're getting something. All they're getting is a you-know-what in the you-know-what.
Good, which makes this a bad trade for the hedge funds and their prime lenders. We have to get in the black. This is a reasonable thing to ask for, not a bad thing. We're wasting money with our other trades anyway. At least we can build value in our own company and make money for the company itself by buying equity. And of course, later on, this will take some time, by the way, buying Ape and see if we need more money. That'll bring us about $3-4 billion and we'll be positive. That means all the debt will be gone. And more importantly,
what the fuck is he talking about? Oh my God.
We'll have $1 billion
Jesus Christ
in equity to do whatever the fuck we want with. To diversify.
Buy more fucking shit company. Buy more penny stock companies.
But I think, like I said, more investments, of course. But I think buying Ape is a great thing. I think it's reasonable. And I think the fact that there's 4 million of us, we can crank out $4 billion.
You don't know that there's 4 million of you. I mean, shit. We have over 1,000 subscribers on this channel, many of whom have said that they've sold their AMC shares. Now, I know that's not that many, but extrapolate that. A lot of people have gotten out of this thing. 4.1 million was what was said last summer. And even that was an estimation. So whatever. 4 million, right?
If you took like 4 million people who bought Ape, the Ape coin, and I'm sorry, the Ape unit, the preferred stock, we could convert it later on, right? So in other words, the initial part of this is going to us. So what he's basically saying is you have to buy this part out so the assholes over across the street don't get a hold of them, is what he's saying.
They're going to get them, though. Institutions are getting them, too. They go to all 516 shares. Institutions get them, too. They're not going to sell them to short sellers who need to cover the dividend and pay it back to the lender. I don't think so. I mean, they're absolutely going to, or the shorts, or if they're being lent by institutions, they're going to forfeit the dividend. He has no clue. And or he's a scammer.
Right? So that way we get first dibs, we clear them out, there's very little left, and they can't cover using.
I guess if you believe that apes own over 90% of the float, then, that's one thing. But
whatever they have.
Again, here's the data. They don't. All right. Adam Aron's.
Left. The institutions, that is, right? So buy Ape, buy as much of it as you can and afford, and later we can convert it if we wanted to, of course, depending on what the count.
That sounds like financial advice to me.
Looks like. See how much concentration is in terms of regular retail guys like us and how much the institutions own. I think it's reasonable to ask for this. I think we'll be able to cover it. More importantly, fundamentally, the company will be safe, which makes it a bad trade, so on and so forth. But he also gave us the option to, add more to it if we need to. But I don't think we'll need to. I think if we buy it now, the company will be much better off.
Buy it now. You're being given it. It's being given to you. What the fuck are you even talking about?
And we'll be able to crank this squeeze out fairly sooner than we anticipated. I put no faith in market because they keep changing the rules. The only way this thing is going to squeeze, in my opinion, is fundamental.
How are they changing the rules? The rules haven't changed.
Fundamentals. Otherwise, one of the banks has to default because something happened or there's some kind of white or black swan event like Pete talked about. I'm going to buy Ape. I'm not giving financial advice, but anybody who else wants to cause a squeeze would buy Ape. That's all I have for you. Al from Boston signing out. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Horrible. Buy Ape. Buy the thing that's being given to you. Okay. How is that any different from buying AMC? How is it any different from buying the AMC stock? They both go to the same balance sheet. Brain dead. They have to pump this. Who's this? The traveling trader. The traveling trader. Yeah, I see this one up here, and I don't care. I see this here, and I do not care. Oh yeah, they're trying to scam the Ape Dividend. They absolutely are. But who's the traveling trader? It's a new independent grifter.
What is going on, traders? So AMC went absolutely nuts on Friday. A very similar pattern to what we saw around March earlier of this year. This was due likely.
Well, yeah. I mean, I would agree with that. But the second half of the pattern, that's going to be different this time. It's going to be different this time, right? Tell us.
To a gamma squeeze, which I will explain what that is and what the effect of it is and why AMC
another gamma squeeze grifter
can continue to rally for a few more days and rally violently if the call option volume is sustained. The last time AMC did a similar thing back in March, it rose another 71% over the course of 4 days. So let me get into what happened with AMC. I'm going to get into our trade, which is currently up 120%. I'm going to get into AMC's chart and see what its next resistance level is and what price it can potentially reach if the market continues to buy call options. And I'll explain why exactly I'm talking about call options here, because that is what contributed to the gamma squeeze. So let's get right into it.
Okay. I'm not going to get too far in this one, I can tell you that.
Then consider checking out the Traveling Trader Academy, where we have courses for these things.
What are the odds? I skip ahead and it goes right to where he's asking you to buy his fucking course.
But also you get access to
so he can misinform you about a gamma squeeze.
Weekly updates, the stocks to watch, the stock market analysis, etc. It's a really great value. Check out the link in the description below.
So I can tell you that whatever the percentage rise was absolutely nuts, even though it was short covering. Like every one of these rallies has been. Every one of them.
Part of the academy. Would love to have you.
Still fucking talking about it.
A gamma squeeze is what happens
Nope.
Up. Well, the person that's selling a call has to have the exact opposite position. So they are betting that the stock is going to go down, except for market makers aren't really betting that the stock is going to go down. They just want to benefit off of the commission of selling you those calls. So in order to cover themselves, what they have to go out and do is buy 100 shares of AMC for
Incorrect.
every call that they sell you. Now, this is very
that's not true. That's not how they're hedging it. Watch my video about it. I have primary sources that exactly dispute that notion.
Minus the outliers that we saw end of March and then the outliers that we saw in May where it dropped below this level. Otherwise,
if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. Okay? If it's obvious, it's obviously wrong.
It's been trading in this normal range. So the fact that it was releasing earnings, the fact that there is newfound enthusiasm in the market, at least just in the last couple of weeks as of the time of this recording, and the fact that it has been...
They like to go down memory lane. Excuse me. It's like they... God damn. They like to go... They like... They like to go down memory lane, lit with a gaslight. But ultimately, they never learn anything from history. Every time. Frog in my
AMC
throat
were traded. This was likely due to what we talked about before, this gamma squeeze, because so many call options were bought. That's why so many shares were traded, because a lot of this had to do with market makers who had to go out and buy the share.
Shut the fuck
to the
up.
chart and look at March 23rd. This was the start of its rally, breaking out of the
But what about what happened after that, bro? I mean, you're just going to talk about the first part? That's called a bullish bias.
Range that we saw back in mid-March.
Maybe he will now.
So this day we did about 14%. There were a couple of lull days and then a huge candle at 45%. This entire move from the bottom to the top
What about from the top to the bottom?
71%. And this was after the initial breakout. So very similarly, here we have an insane amount of volume, not as crazy as 170 mil, but we have 125.3 mil.
That's not an insane amount of volume. It's 1/6 of what it was last year when the stock went to 72. It's 1/6 of that. And you will not see 6 times that amount now. You won't.
23rd breakout. So we will need folks to either continue buying call options or continue buying
buy
shares
call options
in order for us to see this continue. Now, this is a bullish engulfing candle. This is a very bullish sign. However, when it comes to candlestick patterns, this right here, just these two candles are not enough to confirm the move. We're going to need to see the next candle at least to know that this bullish engulfing candle is actually confirmed. So as long as in the next few days we get above average volume, even if it doesn't amount to the same volume that we saw.
When has it been sustained? There's 1-2 days there, a couple days there, a couple days there. Otherwise, it's what I like to call anemic. It's anemic volume. So we'll see.
Saw on this day. If we just get a few above average volume days, well, that could tell the market that, hey, investors are looking really bullish on AMC. Let's continue the call buying. And then we could see another breakout to the breaking out of this technical channel here. Seeing this type of call to put ratio gave me further confirmation that, hey, you might want to buy long dated calls here, or sorry, not long dated calls, but mid dated calls. Like I said, I didn't buy the ones that expired on August 5th. I went a couple weeks out and bought the monthlies that expire August 19th. Now, I did take profit here on some of my position, but I am leaving runners just in case we do be able to hit $30 in the next few days. Anyway, traders, that is it for this video.
YouTube wasteland. That's what we got here. Okay. I think we're going to do one more video. Call it a night. Any suggestions for videos? Hit all the major independent grifters. Okay. See, who haven't we listened to that would be good to listen to? I mean, you know, when I say good, you know what I mean. Boy, I'm tempted to do that one, but Uncle Frank? I don't even know if I've ever... Is that the same one that Al talks to? Probably. Let's see. Refresh it. Nothing new. Not a lot coming out today. Some. Could do Matt Coles. But, This Colin Gladman, have no idea who that is. All right. Might as well go out with a bang. Might as well go out with a bang. With the short squeeze channel.
There's a lot of controversy, to say the least, going on.
Oh, there's a lot of controversy, yes. Waste of bandwidth here. Cramer and AA. You know what I think would be the best way to consume this content would be to listen to them both at the same time. It would be just about as intelligible as listening to either one independently. Where is that? But you know, he probably doesn't even play that video, so maybe I should just look for that video. Adam Aron. Here we go. Here we go. See, I aim to please.
So, now, I want to start with pure substance. This was a remarkable quarter. People didn't think it could happen. People didn't think that you could ever do anything other than burn cash, that you were basically a chimney of money. Not true, correct?
Correct, Jim. We reported yesterday terrific quarterly results.
Terrific.
April, June. The movie industry is
terrific, as in terrifying, as in terrible.
Clearly coming back. The movie theater industry is clearly coming back. 59 million people were in our theaters in the second quarter. Attendance was up 168% year over year to the quarter.
There's a lot of controversy, to say the least, going on with the aftermath of GameStop's stock dividend.
I mean, honestly, it works.
Than it was last year.
It does work.
We are on a path to recovery. Maybe this horrible pandemic.
How to get people to turn off this live stream.
That one day we can all put in the rearview mirror.
All right, well, Adam, I read this, and the first thing I said was, okay, I know why people aren't watching Netflix. They're going to AMC. What? There is a correlation, would you say, between people who just are sick of being at home and they want to go out and they want to see a movie and they go to AMC.
Yes, well, because that's the only movie theater there is.
I mean, the bigger picture is I think streaming and theaters can coexist peacefully. You know, back a few years ago when Avengers Endgame was the biggest movie of all time, Netflix was in business. There were people streaming and there were people in our theaters.
Yeah, but they didn't have all the original content that they have now, which, by the way, has kind of fucked up their business model, charging a flat rate per month for subscriptions. That's why they're going to ads. But yeah, but it wasn't the same. It's not the same.
Forward post-pandemic, I do all think that trapped in our houses and apartments for a year and a half. People learned in the pandemic they want to.
Oh, they weren't trapped in their house for that.
Get off the couch. They want to get out of the house. They want to do things. They want to be with people, be with friends. Going to a theater is a cheap date. Yeah.
Well, it's not as cheap as it used to be, is it?
Theaters have been central to the cultural fabric of the United States for a century, and we're a resilient industry. We're on our way back.
They told me I was a cheap date at one point. All right, let's deal with this. Let's deal with the hairy ape. All right. So you've decided, somewhat chimerical, to give something special to shareholders, which includes a great deal of apes. But you know what? Other than the actual ticker, APE, Adam, to me it seemed very much like a stock split.
Jim, it's almost exactly like a stock split, except for one technical difference. In a typical 2-to-1 stock split, you get 2 new common shares for 1 old common share. In this case, you're getting a new preferred unit and a common share for an old common share. But this is an extremely important development for our company. I cannot stress, one of the reasons why AMC survived the pandemic is because we raised over $2 billion of equity. We did it by selling shares And we basically sold every share that we had. We went from 100 million shares outstanding.
Oh, yeah?
To over 500 million shares outstanding.
Every share that you had. Every share that you issued. Okay.
There were no shares left in the corporate treasury. If we needed to raise money in the future, if we wanted to raise money in the future, that was not an option that was available to AMC Entertainment. Now, with the creation of this new class of preferred securities.
Yeah, because your shareholders wouldn't have voted for it.
Not
because they're a bunch of greedy fucking basement dwellers.
Ever use all 5 billion of them that we could take to market? That would be crazy. But we do essentially have a lot of preferred shares that we can take to market to raise cash, to pay down debt, to use for M&A. And the result of all that is this was a great announcement for AMC. It pretty much takes near-term survival completely off the table because if we were in a pinch, we could raise money. And anything that strengthens AMC is good for our shareholders, and it's bad to the people who wish us harm.
Who wish us harm. That's the dichotomy. All right, you happy, Lynn?
Issuance, and that's what I'm going to talk about in this video. And for you AMC holders out there, I know not all of you hold GameStop as well. I think you should pay attention because GameStop has set a precedent, and whatever happens with GameStop, you can say is indicative of what may happen with AMC now that Aron has announced the issuance of the
nothing then in that case.
Preferred Ape shares in the form of a dividend. So there are coinciding factors, so there should be coinciding events. So I would advise that you pay attention to this as well, again, regardless of whether you hold GameStop or not.
Well, no. No, they're two different companies, but I guess they're both shit companies, so whatever. Maybe you're right, but
I know many of us hold both stocks, as I do, and I will follow up with an AMC video regarding the preferred dividend of the AMC Ape shares as well, so stay tuned for that. I'm not a financial advisor. This isn't financial advice. Like the video for the algorithm, share it, turn on your notifications, and you can also support the channel in the description below using the links or leave a super thanks.
Oh, of course.
You all. So as you can see, of GameStop shareholders have reported on social media that brokers have failed to properly issue stock dividends to their trading accounts. Affected shareholders have all reported a similar story of speaking to customer service representatives and being told that the corporate action by GameStop was not a stock split distributed as a dividend and instead a normal stock split. This has led shareholders to believe the DTC has failed to properly execute GameStop's corporate filing, which intended for a stock split to be distributed as a dividend, and thus the controversy. So the claim is that the DTC.
I think I was muted. That name is a mouthful. They have 26 followers. And where's the evidence of these affected shareholders? I see no footnotes or evidence or anything like that in here. Just trust me, bro.
Process this as a stock split, regular stock split, and not as a stock split dividend. And that's the issue here. And there is a big difference, as I'll show you throughout this video. And I'll also link all of these articles so you could reference them afterwards. So according to the GameStop IRS form, which was filed on the 23rd, the board of directors approved a 4-to-1 stock split to be distributed as a stock dividend. The distribution of shares took place on the 21st and were to be allocated to the shareholders as of the 18th. This means holders who owned the stock by 18th were entitled to receive 3 additional shares of GME Class A stock at the share price of 0. This is done to avoid changing the aggregate tax basis. For example, if the share price was $140 before the dividend, the new price per share would be $35. The total of outstanding shares would be 4 times larger. The process could be described as the same size pie being sliced into smaller pieces. So when this dividend was announced,
I was muted. Sorry about that.
Because that would mean that the shares would have to be accounted for, and thus all of the counterfeit shares would be exposed. Because for every 1 share of GameStop you hold, you would receive 3 more, and the price would be divided by a quarter. Once it happened, people were confused because they did get the shares, and they know for a fact that there are counterfeit shares out there after a year and a half plus.
No, they don't.
Shorting, yet they received their
here we go. They know for a fact that there are counterfeit shares and that there's naked shorting, even though none of you can actually prove it. but they know it for a fact.
Shares, so they're wondering what's going on. How did this happen? And once apes dug to the bottom of it, or GME holders dug to the bottom of it, they realized, and this is documented fact, this is not a conspiracy theory.
Where? Where's it documented?
Right? That the DTC processed this as a regular stock split, thus avoiding the inevitable. And GameStop has issued a statement recently addressing this, because obviously there's controversy, and after alerting their brokers, asking them what's going on and getting the runaround, a lot of the investors contacted GameStop directly. So this is the statement GameStop has issued. On July 6th, GameStop announced a 4-for-1 stock split in the form of a dividend effective as of July 21st for stockholders of record on July 18th. Tax info related to this stock split can be found here. Here's a link. So GameStop has notified its transfer agent and the DTC that some of our valued stockholders in
I wonder who the transfer agent is. Is that ComputerShare by any chance? I don't know. We could see. Did it say its transfer agent? Our transfer agent. I thought might be ComputerShare.
International geographies are still trying to determine if they have received the proper stock dividend associated with the company's recent 4-for-1 stock split. Please note GameStop has already distributed the shares of common stock required for the stock dividend to its transfer agent, which is ComputerShare or DRS, which has confirmed it subsequently distributed the appropriate number of shares of common stock to DTC for allocation to brokerage firms and other participants. We recommend that stockholders using a brokerage firm contact that firm with needs or questions. Stockholders may want to make their brokerage firms aware if they recently moved shares to the company's direct registered list. As we have been informed, this move could impact the firm's distribution of shares. GameStop is saying they did what they had to do in terms of this being completed. They sent all of the shares to ComputerShare, and from there, ComputerShare has to send it to the DTC, who takes care of the rest. But right now,
first 5 minutes, Marantz.
A lot of them have not received their dividend, so they're sitting.
So this is probably, my guess is this is probably it's probably a depository receipt thing. So if you own shares in Germany, let's say, right, you're holding a depository receipt, and that means that some bank or brokerage has bought a bunch of shares of a company, GameStop. They bought them, and they hold them, and they are giving out, I guess I could say IOU or a placeholder that trades in their market. So it's not the actual share, but it confers all of the rights and everything of shares. Just like in our market, like this, what was it? HZ, that one was. Right, that's a depository receipt. It's actually a Hong Kong stock. It's listed there. But somebody in the United States has basically bought a bunch of the shares, and they trade a facsimile, if you will, of them on our market. So I would guess, now I haven't looked into it, I don't really care. I'm not going to look into it. But if somebody wanted to figure that out, I would start there. Look and see who issued the depository receipts, and what country is this in? We don't even know. Anyway, let's see here. Yeah, I'm going to get, Manuel has a request on the request line for K-Grift. Yes. All right, we'll do that, and then we'll go. But not before we do this. We'll have to do this here. Just pop over here real quick and see. Just make sure everything's going sideways still. Yep, still going sideways. Okay, AMC stock is about to change the world. Here he is, Marantz rants. First 5 minutes. If it's good, we might have to do more. A little bit more.
So 1 second before I answer your question, John Bennett, because you actually made the show for once. Welcome back to Marantz. Marantz, plenty of good information, a little bit of motivation, a whole lot of truth.
I'll slow it down even. I'll even slow it back down to normal speed. How about that? What a guy. I'm hiding the chat, though. Don't want to see their chat.
YouTube. We're live on Twitter. We're live on every platform that I use. And you guys can go ahead and reach me direct. You can type in the message in the chat, or you can talk to me on Twitter. I'll pull you up. I'm not afraid of any naysayers here. What I do want to do is I want to give everyone the opportunity to ask the questions.
Come on now.
And then I can explain to you what the hell is happening.
Yes,
John,
he can explain. He knows.
If you
oh my God,
go ahead and Trey is here. My guy, let's do it. That's not the real Trey, but go ahead.
It's not the real Trey, just like it wasn't the real Keith Gill. but he thought it was. He made a separate video that was funny.
Just want to say, you know, I think Adam Allen's the GOAT. I think he's the greatest.
I love you guys with the fake Trey accounts. This is awesome.
You know, I think we've got the shorts on the back foot now, and I think it's time we're going to see a big run in the stock going up. We're going to see some big numbers next week.
Hey, guess what, John? I'm not gonna deny you that. I think you are gonna run this whole week coming up. I think it's gonna run up really high, and then additionally, I think it's gonna get cut in half. And when it gets cut in half, it's not that it's gonna sell off initially either. Remember that no one can sell Ape because they don't own it. Retail owns it. So if retail wants to sell it,
That's not true. That's just not true. I mean, how many times do we have to go over this? You know, institutions own a shitload of AMC shares, and they're entitled to that dividend, whatever, Ape ticker as well. So that's misinformation.
they can. And if they want to make a profit there, if anyone wants to jump in and get the ups and downs of it, they can. Even the options of it. But what you won't do, okay? What you won't do is raise capital.
We don't know if there's going to be options traded on it. We don't know that.
Or any equity for AMC themselves.
I don't know why there would be, but maybe
AMC
there will be.
Has to.
Oh, come on. Jesus Christ.
To have Ape to sell. They don't have any. So how are they going to get some? Anybody have any idea? Because I have the perfect idea. They're going to generate some. As it goes, go ahead.
They're going to issue more. Obviously, they're going to dilute the Ape.
Yeah, without a doubt.
To pay the debts off of the company, which is only a good thing.
That is a great thing. Great thing for Adam Aron and the insiders who currently hold 0 shares. It's a great thing, but it's not a great thing for investor value. So if you're willing to pump up Ape to pay off the debt, right? So I want to reflect on this. How many of you here, and just ballpark and ask yourself this while you look in the mirror, how many people think the debt from AMC is from the pandemic? I'm asking. Do you have any idea how much debt AMC had in 2019? What they owe?
Good question.
Like, I'm serious right now because I have the earnings report. It's up on the screen right now. So this is the earnings report, and it's on YouTube if you ever want to track it right now, John. You're going to need this.
This guy would...
In 2018...
This guy would be, you know, an ally of our channel if he weren't a GameStop elitist. So that's a big thing.
They owed $4.7 billion already in corporate borrowings. $4.7 billion. They're currently sitting at $5.1 billion. So after all the dilution of this stock, after all of the pumping of any liquidity out of it, they have increased their debt $400 million. That means it's status quo. From the last 3 years, they have not made $1. They can't make $1. In fact, they can't even pay off their debt. So the Ape equity in front of you.
That's fun.
How is that? Hold on. Trey, don't do that. Don't do that, Trey. I'm trying to give you a platform to speak on. And I told you it's up on YouTube right now. Okay? It's actually a page right now. And it's showing you the fundamentals, what's documented. $4.7 billion in debt in 2018 and 2019. These are the biggest years.
A statement that they can't pay off their debt.
Oh, here you go with the voice. Dude, you're hiding behind a fake picture, a fake account, and now you're using a fake voice. What's the point? I'm giving you all the opportunity. This is, hold on, young man. Trey, this is about AMC. This is not about GME.
I have a question. Why is the GME elitist talking about AMC? Why is he spreading?
You think I'm an AMC elitist?
You're a GME elitist.
Oh, no, I'm an AMC elitist. I give out the truth and the facts about AMC. Did
What?
you not know that?
Are you an AMC Stubbs member?
Stubbs member? No, I don't support the company that way.
When's the last time you watched a movie at an AMC?
Never. I only go to Cinemark.
Okay, so you're an AMC elitist?
No, I have all the info you need. Yes, I thank you for that.
That's not what elitist means, bro. God damn.
when the stock ran up and all.
Hey, Trey, do me a favor, Trey. Get your real account, your real picture, your voice. Do that part for me, and then I'll let you come back up, okay? Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Hey, John, I'll keep talking to you, John. Go ahead.
What about the time when the stock ran up to $72 and a lot of the debt?
Yeah, John, I ask you, and I'm going to ask you something. So when the stock ran up to $72, right? No, watch this. When it ran up to $72, why did it stop running? There was no buy button taken away. Nothing was taken from it. I'm asking you, why did it stop running?
Oh, he knows. I'm sure.
He stopped it. It's really simple.
You tell me.
No, my point is it's real simple for you. That was my whole point, that there's no point in investing in it. I see Steve asking to come on up. Hey, Steve, how you doing, sir? I'm going to try to get you right now. I don't know how this all works. I'm doing the best I can.
Clearly not.
But here you go. How you doing, Steve? Welcome back to Marant's Rants. Plenty of good information, a little bit of motivation. You know the deal. What's up, brother?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well, sir.
I'm glad you brought me up here. I got one crazy question. Nothing disrespectful to you at all.
No, I don't take it that way. You know that.
All right, because I'm really, not only am I curious, but I'm really, I don't know. Maybe I'm high as a kite today doing nothing, no drugs except with vape and nicotine. But it says AMC Safe Space.
Yeah.
But you're not a shareholder of AMC. So how can you say you have all the answers when you're not even a shareholder?
I'm just going to ask you, do you know like people that are experts on sports, but yet they never played the sport?
You want to know how do you pronounce your name? I'm sorry.
Marantz.
Oh, Marantz. Okay. Right. You want to know the truth? How I do this?
Tell me.
How I've been brought up, how I've been raised in life. My mom and dad, and how going through the years or whatever. So I feel like I'm probably a little bit older than you guys in here, but I'm just going to share something with you. I've been in the play for 18 months.
Ooh.
AMC and GameStop. Okay, I was there when it ran up to $73, and I helped because I knew the company was worth a lot more than $73 a share.
What?
But the one thing that I learned in life, and in my mid-50s. The one thing I learned in life, the most powerful thing, actually my father gave me, he says, Stephen, when it comes down to, first of all, there's no free lunch at all in life. There is no free lunch. But he says, the one thing I'm going to give you, and he gave me the truth, when it comes down to money, you trust no one.
Ooh.
Not even your family, no one, when it comes down to money. And you want to know something? Since he's gone 3 or 4 years now, but he spoke the truth, because when it comes down to money, no one can claim an expert in anything.
Mm-hmm.
In anything.
No.
Okay. Unless they create it themselves.
Oh.
And the way I also look at it, no one can really claim an expert if, a lot of people are called experts even on the mainstream media. And I ask myself, well, what makes you an expert?
There's things called subject matter experts. That's what they are. So you don't have to create something to be an expert on it. That's unfortunate that you feel that way. Secondly, the fact that you don't trust anyone, well, that's a trust issue you have. And I'd have you take that up with Drake. He has a great rap album called Trust Issues. But lastly, just to not shit on you, I trust my wife. I trust my wife with my life. And I do that wholeheartedly. So if you and your father have marital issues or parent issues, that's on you. Oh, no, I'm talking about money too. I trust my wife with my money, without a doubt. But it's okay. Let's go ahead and draw that back for a second. I'm going to take you real, though, for a second. Okay, Steve? Because remember, you follow me on Twitter. If the fact you don't even know how to say my name, that's half the problem. But when it comes to this investment, okay, and if you don't think people can give you any information, then what the fuck are you doing here? Like, why are you not reading it? Listen to me clearly.
I'm learning a lot.
You are going to learn a lot. You're going to learn a lot. And here's what you're going to learn. The same thing that John has learned for the last 18 months. I'm not coming off of this. This is a poorly run company. I love the movies. Dude, the one thing I want to do in life, I want to get my kids together and I want to go down.
But GameStop is a very well-run company, let me tell you. All right, I'm going to let the
movie theater
finish
and
this
watch
call.
a movie. But I will do it at Regal and I will do it at Cinemark. I will not do it at AMC because it's a poorly run company. And
but
I
GameStop,
don't like
though,
this.
where the employees walk off, they literally quit. That's a good one.
Why don't I like him? Because he's lying to investors wholeheartedly. Now, he's not lying. Today, he's not lying. He just did 20 tweets in the last 72 hours, and he's not lying one bit. He's telling you he's going to dilute. He's going to raise capital, and he's going to pay off this debt. Now, this is not some genius move, okay?
Right.
The genius move happens after he's run out of every option. That's the genius move. The point is that 7 years into this, he's managed to run this company $5 billion in debt. And this is not a lie. This is what he did. It's not because of the actions of COVID. No. COVID got him to go from 100 million shares to 500 million shares. Yes. But who did he sell them to, and why did he do it? All of these things are correlated. Selling it to Mudrick, Silver Lake, Wanda, you name it. Then in turn, inverse, bailing out Mudrick with the HYMC investment. There's so many things that are written in stone. Over time, it's a matter of trust. You say, can I trust this guy? You can't trust him. There's a track record. Say Technologies. Popcorn's coming. This is the butter for your popcorn. And I don't mean to make a joke out of everything because these are people. I'm dead serious right now.
I like the way you just put that, though.
This is what it is. It's Morant's rants. I rant.
love the way you just put that.
Right.
That was funny.
But it's not that. I don't want it to be funny, man. I want you guys to understand that you're about to lose equity in your investment. So as an investor.
But it's going to cover so much over the next week.
All right.
Hey, John Bennett, are you going to sell in the next week or two?
If it is $1,000, I might be tempted.
$1,000? How could it ever get there?
Roll another blunt.
John.
Who stopped it going?
Yeah.
Who stopped it going higher than 73 though?
You did.
I want to ask you that.
You did, Steve. You did by not selling. Let me explain it to you. Okay? A stock price can't go up if there's nobody that's willing to buy it. But beyond that, you said something you think it's worth more than $7.
Oh shit!
Which is wild. It's $35 billion market cap on a company that owes $5 billion that only makes 1.4 a quarter. Like it's not worth that. And then
it's not worth that. Well, I mean, the thing is, though, nobody actually believes that it is, right? Nobody actually believes that it is. It's a short squeeze play, right? It's a short squeeze play. Let's see. Chuck bought AMC at $379, 1,000 shares, sold it at $67.57. Why? Because I knew AMC wasn't worth the original $379 I paid. Why these guys held at $72? That's crazy. Exactly. And you know, it just is what it is. I mean, you know, there's no. But the fact, well, getting back to this Morantz guy, I mean, the fact that, you know, this is a GameStop elitist, you know, which I asked Manny earlier when he brought this up, like, what's more irrational, GameStop elitists or AMC elitists? You know, and he said, basically, GameStop elitist is worse. So, and I would probably agree with that. I agree with that. But, yeah. Like everything he's saying about AMC, I think applies to GameStop minus the debt. But, GameStop is going to $5. I mean, I haven't heard about AMC employees like walking off, like entire shifts of AMC employees walking off during their shift, leaving a note on the door like, we're out. This company sucks. Haven't seen that yet. Why they held down from 72? We got to go back to Trey for that. At the same time, he was telling people, I believe the squeeze is going to happen in July. I really believe it's going to happen in July. That's when he dumped his options and made $1 million. I mean, you can't make this shit up. That's what happened. Crazy. It's crazy. And then now, a year fucking later, same shit. Crazy. So fucking annoying. And if you really want to see some delusion, go to Reddit. Go to Reddit. So we can post this now, right? Yes, of course. Volkswagen. It's exactly the same. Of course, yes. Fucking shit. Swedish stockholders can already see their coming AMC dividend information. And guess what? It's a cash dividend we will receive. Not any Ape shares. Well, no. Because those are depository receipts. And I don't claim to know how it works, but that's what you got to look into. Fudster's out of control. Yes, they are. All right. Let me pop over to the market here for one last look. But if you want to see some real delusion, go to Reddit. Now Drake is giving advice on AMC. Yes, if you enjoyed the stream, throw a like, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment. Any of that stuff. Appreciate it. Much appreciated. And yeah. Manny's right. Investors sold fast last time it went to 30. We've got a video, I think, or live stream on overhead supply. And that's what you got here. You got people trying to get out at whatever they can to survive, to save whatever they can of their initial investment. Market's going sideways. It'll be a fun day tomorrow, probably, maybe. Dollars shooting up. Everything's shooting up. So we'll see what happens. But be careful. If you are counting on this being the recovery, we've already seen the bottom, yada yada yada. I would question that. I would question that. So anyway, thanks a lot for checking out the stream. Check out my other stuff, and I'll see you maybe tomorrow evening. We'll see what happens. Hit the like button if you can, if it's still there, if you didn't obliterate it like I did. And yeah, I thought we already did that, Model 3 dude, but you know what? We can do it again. We can do it again. We can do it. Back jack and do it again. Memory lane. Let's see. Gaslighting. See you, Antoinette. Song has been kicked. And yeah. It's such a good song, we'll just play it again. Screw it. All right, Lynn, have a good one. Thank you for being here. Have a good week. We will catch up with you soon, I'm sure. Look at all this. Rest of your life will be a very long time to regret paper handing. Look at that. That is what we call FUD. Plain and simple. That is Class A FUD. Right there. All this shit. Don't sell, don't sell. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. When the rocket begins to climb. Crazy. Someplace I can't hear you whine. You're too controlling. My chin is something you shouldn't be holding. You need to tuck your tail. You're a woman, but you think you're an alpha male. Till you're laying on the ground, bleeding like hell, begging the cops to take me to jail. AMC closed 38% above max pain. Oh, yay. Great. This is your chance to expose shorts. Got a secret for you. No, it's not. Imagine all the shares they already need to find. Oh my. With all this buying pressure. Yeah, all this buying pressure. Wow. Must not have been around last summer if you think this is buying pressure. Isn't it crazy to think that a bunch of banana-eating retards saved the world's largest theater chain with cinemas all around the world? This just amazes me. Grandiose narcissism on display. They took our buy button. It's time we do the same. Not the way it works. Real question. Where the fuck have all you idiots who have been posting all weekend been for 2 years? Shut the fuck up, because you're either a bot or shill. Okay. Let's not forget the biggest near-term catalyst for AMC stock, exposure of synthetic shares. Get some new fucking material. Seriously, get some new material. Learn how to trade something else. Aren't you sick of losing money on AMC? I mean, seriously. I can't wait for Monday. Is it just me? Tell one thing, this is fucking huge. Wow, okay. I mean, look at all these theories. They've had theories. They have theories. They have theories. They have ideas. Anyone else happy as fuck? I literally pushed a little too hard when I farted and squirted my underwear. What the fuck? I don't care. I'm going to be rich. That's the place to end it. See you guys later.